Hello. I hope you're doing well. Hello, hello. Hold on. Still getting a few things ready. Also, hello, CF. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing good. Ah! There we go. Oh, hello, Yue. Hello, hello. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing good. Look at that splash. Yeah. Look at it. Look at it. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Yeah. But hello. Hope you guys are doing good. I apologize for the little bit of like the later stream and everything. I apologize for being like slightly a bit 2-3 hours late. I apologize. But we are going back on MCCI. Supercalifragilistic existential crisis. Good reference. Yes, yes, yes. No need to apologize for apologizing? No. I will continue to apologize. Because I'm trying my best to stay on schedule, but it's not working. I also just realized that for live viewers, the music is a little bit loud. Oh, lag. Hold on, I have to lower the music just a tad bit. Just a little bit. It'll be. There we go. Cringy music? No, that's just from people like stepping around and everything. We're less people. There we go. That's just from like people walking around. Oh, there we go. Hey. Okay, I was on here a bit ago. Yep, okay. I was on here like a little bit ago to make sure that everything worked and everything. Oh yeah, there's also the summer thing going on. And these are definitely not inklings. Hello, Cake. It's been a bit. How you been? How you doing? Hope you words. Hope you've been doing good. It's definitely been a bit. Hope you've been doing well though. Hello, hello. Oh, there's support. Lunar client. Jimmy has been moved. You've been moved, Jimmy. Doing well? Hey! Glad to hear that. Glad to hear that. That's good. That's good. Is that good? I may or may not just be. I have I may or may not redid a few things or redid a few quests. So we're gonna make sure that, at least for today, we are gonna try our best to make sure that all of these get done. And I'm not gonna be happy, especially about this one. I just had to take a sip there. Oh, come on, Cake, be nice. Pat, pat, pat. Yeah, this one I'm not gonna be happy about. This one's gonna be eh. That one I can do. I'm tempted to do these two first and just do the standard parkour warrior courses. And the two advanced. Why do I always get bullied in Vale's chat? Oh no! Oh no, it might never can do it again. I'm sorry. Been drawing again and I forgot how to draw faces. Oh! To be fair, it does happen, at least with some artists that I know. The only thing that I can whoa. The only thing I can say to maybe help, oh my god, the leg, is watch videos or have references, stuff like that. I'm gonna bully you. Yes, yes, yes. I think that's the right one. If it's for now, at least. Oh yeah, hold on. Parkour. 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 Oh yeah, bite back. Yeah. Bite back. I just can't think right now, I apologize. Sky Battle, we ignore that. We ignore Battle Box, we ignore that one, and then we just go straight to parkour. You got this. Alright, there we go. Let's see. So 2 advanced. So the silver medals. So that one is silver, so I can definitely do this one. Whoop! Sorry about that. Wait. Nom nom. Was that a reference? Majoring balance for humans is apparently not in between. I mean, that's fair. Hold on. You're gonna do a bit of advanced things. And hopefully the leg won't bite us. No! I fell. Not an Ed Sheeran stand. I didn't know that there were still Ed Sheeran stands, I won't lie. Because it's definitely been a while since I last heard of. Why does this happen? Why does this happen? Why? It's such a small little ledge. Why? Make this one. Oh, gotcha. I'll be honest. I haven't heard of like any of Ed Sheeran's recent music, and I kind of forgot that he existed. I feel like I feel a tiny bit bad. Wait, hold on. I'm gaming. Nope, not gaming. Oh, so true. Flippin' Edie. I know, that's fair. What am I doing? I don't know. My mind is both going too fast and way too slow for me today. Bruh. Eh. I don't know, but my theory is, cake. That you just give off the energy that CF associates with ginger? Maybe? I don't know, I'm only guessing here. Oh. Let's go! And then this one is easy. I don't know, I'm only guessing. I'm like still half asleep. Oh, there we go. Cool. We run, we go, we go, we run. We run, we go, we run, and we go. Woo! Zoom! Zooming! No longer zooming, we are restarting. 2 centimeters of Ireland, what? Not. Bruh. Oh, is that Tatoes? Is that Tatoes that I see? I fell again, bruh. Also mangoes? Mangoes as well in Tatoes? Or mango? I fallen. Hello! I hope you guys are doing well. Am I backing up CF? Something about cake being ginger and despite clear evidence of yeah, basically that. Just CF whitewashing. Bruh. I need to stop falling. You're twisting this another way. Yay! it's been a while since I've seen you guys. How you guys been? Well, I hope you've been doing well. I know it's definitely been a long time, but I'm trying to get back into streaming and everything, and I haven't been on Discord in so long. Like, the only times I'm actually on Discord right now, Motorcycle, hello, is when I'm in a VC to have the PNG tuber and everything. Oh, speaking of VTuber, the amazing White Rice gave me permission to use the VTuber. So if you guys want to do !PNG, it'll take you to Rice's Twitter and Twitch. There we go. And if you aren't following them, you can go give them a follow. Yes, yes, yes. It's very well done. And if you haven't noticed, on my shoulder is a little shadowy blob. I love him. I've fallen again, bruh. I love the little shadow blob. Yee! Little shadow blob. And then I love my little cup of tea as well. He's so... yeah. Very much so. But please do not eat him, he will not like that. He does not like being eaten. He just wants to cuddle. Strawberries are literally red. Some are. I know that there are also some albino strawberries as well. Or fruits that look like strawberries, but taste like pineapple. And I don't know how. Nope. No, I did a restart instead of teleport. No. Okay. Chemicals Vale. So true. Very true. Nope. Water time. Water. Isn't ginger more like orangish? Pancake. Just shaking, violently shaking. Shaking violently. Bruh. I've gotten so far. Into the void I go. Eat up. I like syrup. Especially on pancakes and, mostly on waffles though. Because waffles you can have like a little, pocket of syrup. Like, it's like the perfect amount of syrup for a bite of waffle. So good. Very tasty. Especially chocolate chip waffles! Yay! So good. I'm getting hungry now. Oh! There we go. I'm just confused about what's going on in chat. Can you eat pancakes right now? Oh, dude. I actually have food in front of me right now. I'm just kind of ignoring it so I can do this. It will be my reward for when I'm done with this. Hee. Yeah. That to be under 3 minutes. Wait, no, under 5 minutes. Yes, yes, yes. I can do that. Whee! Don't have food. No! That problem needs to be solved immediately. You must have food. No, too early. There we go. Whee! I can never see. I need sight. Sight. Also, oh, it's also like 1:15. Yeah, probably not a good idea to like get up and go get food. That would not be a good idea. No, no, no. No, no, no. I also don't know how I'm doing this. That's okay. You must wait until it's appropriate to get food. Marp. Whoop, nope, I fell. Bro, why am I falling now? What the heck? Please, thank you. Oh, I know I'm supposed to go down. There we go. I also need to use Twitter like a lot more, but I never do. Mostly just gonna like start rambling as well, because I'm just like zoning out partially. And I know it's not a good idea for me to look at analytics and everything. But I'm actually really proud of how I've been doing so far. Like, yeah! Just going and zooming and going. Oh, nope, there we go. No longer zooming. Whoopsies. And up. There we go. There's Rice. I'm staring at you. I'm staring at you, Rice. I'm staring at you, Rice. Rice, you made me lose. How could you? I was too busy staring at you. But hello. How you doing, Rice? Also, sorry, I was kind of just lurking in your stream earlier. And I missed part of it because I had to do stuff. I'm sorry. But I hope you're doing good, Rice. I don't understand analytics though. To be fair, same. I just tend to stare at it until it makes sense somehow. Until it somehow makes sense. Do I have a life? I can't watch my whole stream. Oh, dude, I know, right? How dare I? How dare I have a life? What the heck? How dare I be? Hey, there we go. Cool. And then one more. How dare I not be glued to the screen at all? How dare I? Yay! Hello. Oh, I just remembered something I need to do. Nope, I refuse to do it. Nope. I refuse. I'm supposed to be focusing on streaming, not the other thing that I need to do. Even though I really need to do that and catch up and Oh no. Hey! Thank you for stopping by, Mangoes. I hope you have a good day. Hope your day is going well. Be sure to take care of yourself. Cake didn't deny the Ed Sheeran stan. Most saturated picture pancakes. Oop, nope. Looks that filled with life. Whoop. Bruh. Why? The parkour. The parkour! No! Wah. Also, Rice, if you're still there, if you want, you can hop in VC. Only if you want to, though. Yeah. Cake. Cake, is this you? This recipe. Wait, Rice, is that like an entire pancake recipe? Oh my god, it is. I'm seeing the recipe card. People have too much will to live. So true, so true. That's how saturated everything is. Or how saturated the pancakes are. They're just saturated. Or oversaturated with the will to live. It's so full of life. Oh, what? Wait. Everyone are texting me and I'm ignoring them to bully cake. Oh, how dare you ignore the woman just getting so much, just have so much riz. Doing a second wicked. Sounds good. Sorry, don't feel like I'm forcing you. It's like completely optional. I'm sorry if like forced thing. Sorry. Incredibly. I'm a married woman. My wife's birthday was yesterday. Yo. Birth. Wife birth. The hand is being forced. I'm controlling Rice's hand right now. Going to the mice. To the mouse. Words. Oh my god, I cannot speak. I deserve that. Going to the mouse.
Guys, that was crazy. My hand just got controlled by Quiet Vale in order to press join on Discord. That's crazy.
Oh no, my powers. My powers are no longer secret.
Exactly. Fuck you.
No, I must hide from the government. And you know what? Screw the government. Bruh, I keep on falling.
Bro, screw the government. Amen. Guys, listen.
So true.
Do not pay your taxes, because then you're paying the government, and we don't like them here.
Guys, don't do your taxes. Jake,
Guys, don't do your taxes. It's just that easy.
It's just that easy. You won't get a charge for
You
tax
don't want to
evasion.
pay your taxes? Okay.
Okay, it's that easy.
It's just that easy.
Yep, that
For
easy.
legal reasons, this is a joke.
For very legal reasons, this is absolutely a joke.
This is me to people who pay their taxes.
I love that you got the Discord soundboard back. More sounds.
I have so many more sounds. Guys,
Nope.
I have farting on my roommate's door.
Just no longer stifled in creativity. No, there's so many.
I can just add my own stuff to it. Like, what do I have? Hold on.
Hey, you could.
What did I have added? Oh yeah, right.
Favorite one. Aw.
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 Oh yeah, by the way, I might be buying some new birds soon.
Ayo?
Apparently at the store that I got Navi at originally, somebody returned 2 birds yesterday because they're moving to Mexico and they can't bring the birds with them, so they brought them back.
Okay.
And it's 2 Quaker parrots.
Ooh, okay. Yeah.
And apparently they're very nice. My mom went to go see them and apparently they're lovely.
Aww.
So I'm gonna go see them tomorrow and see if I'm gonna spend the $900 on 2 birds plus another cage, because they don't know the genders of the birds. So we gotta keep them separated so that we don't have even more bird babies.
You know, just don't want more birds. That would not be good.
I don't know how to take care. I was worried about having to take care of 2 birds at once, but then I would have to worry about taking care of baby birds, and I can't do that.
Yeah, no, that's too much stress. There's too much stress, too much responsibility there. Plus, pretty sure that the parent birds would just not be nice at all.
They would not be nice at all.
No. They would no longer be cute and adorable, and sometimes stupid. They would be aggressive.
Yeah.
Which honestly is very fair, but still.
I thought you said Quaker parrots as in the Pilgrim's parrots. Fangirl Taylor. Wait, what? Hold on. I'm what?
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna turn down the music just a bit. Thought. Why can I not scroll up with the chat? There we go. I said Quaker parents, as in Pilgrim's parents.
Oh, Quaker parents. I thought that still said Quaker parrots. I can't read English.
It's okay, I can't either. I can't speak it. I can barely speak. Real.
Guys, Vale can barely speak. This is a huge development.
Well, to be fair, with how often I tend to trip over my words, yeah. But I'm hiding in the hole here.
I'm not tweeting on my newer Twitter account because I don't know what to tweet. Don't worry, I got you. Balls.
100 likes instantly.
100
1,000
likes
retweets.
instantly. You're gonna be so popular. Watch.
So popular. Oh, I have to do 3 more. Oh. Balls, big ones, massive even.
Yep.
Okay, 3 more for solo. Me and my 3 followers and a private account.
Amen.
Amen, amen.
They will all appreciate the balls tweet. Trust me.
Mm-mm.
I should probably hop on and practice Parkour Warrior too.
Wait, say again?
I'm gonna hop on and practice some Parkour Warrior as well. I
Sounds-
practiced PvP earlier, but it was for a mode that's probably not even gonna be an MCCR.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the water battle thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. I know that I have to do like 11 games of BattleBots, so we could possibly do that as well. Just like kind of get that out of the way and get more PvP practice in for you too. And also for me, I guess.
I guess.
I don't like PvP. Although I noticed that I'm better at long range than I am with sword or anything else. So
Yeah,
as long as
Maddie's the same way too. There's a few kits that are literally just like bow and crossbow,
ooh, nice.
but that's only for like select few maps.
Yeah, unfortunately. PvP gives me
gives
so
you
much
so-
anxiety.
We
Yeah.
both read it and we're like, me.
Yep, the me for real. Just so much anxiety.
That's just like me for real.
Mm-mm. Yeah, I don't like confronting with my anxiety, which is why I stand back and let other people deal with it.
Also, apparently, I have Parkour Warrior missions for the summer thing. So,
Ooh,
bada bing,
nice.
bada boom.
Nice. I know that I have daily quests for it, like outlive 18 players or so, I think. I haven't checked the summer event though. I guess I had to play BattleBox or not BattleBox, Sky Battle as well to get this.
Oh no, I have Parkour Warrior for Squid Tech.
Ooh, nice.
They don't just put it to Sky Battle, which thank God I don't think I'd ever be able to handle that. I'll be
Oh.
honest.
Yeah, no, that's very fair. Although the
Earn 5 standard completions, each under 3 minutes. Standard? In 3 minutes? Bruh.
Oh yeah, no, it's very easy. Although then again, I've also been on parkour mode
To be
map
fair,
for.
it's standard, so it's as long as you do like the main course and make it to the end, then I could probably do it.
Yeah.
It's just that 3 minutes seems really short upon looking at the number.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. Oh. Oh no, wait, hold on. Hold on, who got smited? Who got smited? Hold on. Oh no, CF got smited. Oh no, the bot. Hold on. Hold on.
Do it so that I can apply it again.
No. Hold on. Alright, alright.
But it'd be funny.
It would.
Oh fuck, I fell.
Okay, there
Hold
we
on,
go.
I'm gonna redo that.
Wow. CF, the bot does not like you. I apologize.
Oh fuck.
Wait, hold on. I need to do. I need to do like. Or I thought it was the other. No, it was the bot. It was the bot. I think you said something that the bot caught, and the bot was like,
You said
no.
follow me.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, that's that's bot. Yeah.
It's set into the bot as a like a self promo thing.
Mm-hmm.
So you get timed out for it.
Mm-hmm. If it's if you aren't saying like either follow the streamer or follow if you aren't saying follow the streamer, if you're saying like follow someone else, the bot will absolutely time you out. Oh nope, there we go. I think I'm just gonna go on a different map. I'm falling on this one too much. Alright, which one? Which one?
Alright.
I get timed
I become
out.
an old man.
Saying follow and sub.
You have to specifically say follow me.
Usually, yeah. I have no idea what
Although
CF
I have
said.
noticed that it's a bit flawed because there are ways to get around that.
Oh no, absolutely. There are. Oh, there's quite a few
But
ways.
then
to
I
get
will
around
just
that.
time you out myself, so.
Oh yeah, you're a mod.
Yes, I am.
I won't lie, I kind of forgot about that a little bit. Bro's giving us step-by-step instruction. I don't know what you mean. I'm not giving you instruction on how to avoid the bot. Oh.
You just are.
Well, it didn't work for CF though, cause they were just
Did it happen again?
Yeah, 450 seconds. Isn't that
Yikes!
like? Oh wait, how long is that? Like 2 minutes? No, 4 minutes? Or like 10 minutes.
Hold on, give me a second.
Yep, yep,
I'm very close to finishing this. Fuck.
yep. Whoa. Oh, there we go. I'm just gonna restart this again. Hold on. There we go. Oh, 7 minutes 30
Alright, that's
seconds. Okay.
one.
Gotcha.
Go again.
Oh. CF is testing the waters. Oh no. You know, I don't have Chatterino open. And I don't have a thing displayed that says, like, what was deleted and what was timed out. So I have no idea what you said. I'm sorry.
It just says "Follow Me" by Taylor Swift.
Oh yeah, no, it's 100% the follow me.
Apologies, you cannot talk about your favorite Taylor Swift song as it directly sets off Fossabot.
Fossabot does not like the Follow Me by Taylor Swift song. Fossabot is a Taylor Swift hater.
Fossabot thinks it's self-promo in a song and doesn't like it.
Fossabot's just like, self-promo? In this chat? No.
Nuh-uh, and then kills you.
Just death. Vale parkour god? No. Have you seen how many times I've fallen? No. I've fallen many a time. I'm just trying to like
fair, are you on the like the medium levels? Because those ones are pretty difficult.
Maybe.
You look like you're on a bonus. Are you not on a bonus?
No, this one's not a bonus, no. But I am on a rather... I think I'm on I'm on course number 5.
Okay.
Whoop. Oh, there we go.
I'm just going through course 1 over and over.
Honestly, that's fair. That's like the easiest one. Especially... Oh,
and I just beat it in less than 2 minutes.
Hey, nice.
And we go again.
We go again.
Also, I just got a Discord notice. It was a horrible time to get one, honestly.
Uh-oh.
Well, whoever it is, they're gonna have to wait. I'm too busy doing a... Yeah.
Too busy just being a parkour god. Well.
I wouldn't say it's that, because I'm literally on level 1. So...
Still parkour. Yeah.
Still parkour. Thumbs up.
Wicked. Okay, there we go. Whoa. Okay. Whee. Parkour. Yeah. Let's see though. Oh yeah. These courses where you just kind of run over the chains. I was gonna say it's so easy, but then I just fell, and I fell again. The game is proving me wrong. I am being silenced.
You just have to time your jumps well.
Yeah. I noticed that, it's like 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3, 4. Usually 1, 2, 3, if you listen to the footsteps. Like, 1, 2, 3.
I mean, I don't pay attention that much, I just kind of look.
That's fair.
I just kind of look like, I think I could jump now and land there, and then it works usually.
I'm better than me, to be honest. It's okay. It's okay, Tito's pet fat. Parkour is definitely something.
Parkour isn't everybody's thing. It's a lot of finger movements and
it is,
being able to see where you're gonna go.
And being able to like predict.
Which not everyone can do. It's like it's kind of like not being able to like see distance. Like measure distance just by looking at it. Like I can't just be like, oh yeah, from one end of the room to the other, it's this much distance just by looking at it. But I can be like, oh, if I jump at this speed I'm going right now, I'll probably land there, and then it works. So.
I at least know my skill level. So whenever I'm like speeding through everything, I just kind of glance over at the bonus rounds, and if I know I can do it, I do it. But if I fall 3
Plus,
times,
even
I
if
teleport back.
if you beat a level in the bonus rounds and then you use the teleportation scroll to go back, you still keep it.
Mhm.
You keep the points because
Yeah.
you still beat it. It just you didn't do the rest.
Mhm. You just gotta know your skill level with how well you are with parkour. KK, it's Portuguese. How could you hate the language? And salt, to be fair, salt is kinda eh. I like spice.
I can confirm there was a jam store in San Diego, and Vale immediately was asking if there was spicy jam. Actually, no, it was It was like a spicy
No,
store.
yeah.
A
It was a spicy store with like all things spicy. And I was so disappointed when they had no spicy honey. Because that's like my favorite thing.
Do you have spicy honey and tea out of curiosity?
Uh
I'm kind of curious as to what that would, kind of experience that would be.
To be honest, same. I'm now very curious. I'm actually very curious because I do have like a pretty I don't I'm trying to remember like how big it is now. I think I have like an 8-10 ounce bottle of spicy honey that I use like constantly. Oh
I'm going.
no. Well, nope, that didn't work. Okay. Oh, dude, same. It's so good. Like it has a good kick to it, which like makes you awake and everything. But then it's all sweet afterwards. A motorcycle. Hello.
Did a plane just go by your house or something?
Nope, that was a motorcycle.
Okay, because it sounded just straight up like a plane.
Oh, it definitely did. Oh, whoops, I have to do one more. Bike. Yeah. Just bike. I swear it's like at the same time, like a few times, every day. At the exact same time. It's the same person, guarantee.
Hmm?
Just the person that, motorcycle.
Oh yeah.
Because
To be
I've
fair, they
heard
probably
it.
go to work with that.
Probably. They might work the
Either
night
that, or
shift
they
then.
just have like a time to do just like a motorcycle drive every day.
Kind of hard to
It
do
always
that.
happens at around now.
Yeah. Kind of hard to do that in the winter though. Because our winters here are, oh, they are
I mean, don't you live close to like a massive body of water?
Yeah.
Ugh, that must be amazing.
I mean, it is during the summer. Winter.
I didn't say the summer though. I said
Yeah.
winter.
Yeah, you said winter. And I can attest. No, not fun.
I can tell you. Nuh-uh.
Like, I'm pretty sure there was one time when I went outside and like want to say like
Also, you're
maybe
in the
10
same
minutes.
course as me.
I am. Oh, I am. I just
Yeah.
picked a random course. Whoops. Hello.
Hello.
Oh no, I fell
And we go again.
again. I just need this last one. That'll be good. I was just saying. Oh yeah. I went outside for 10 minutes and came back in, and my hair was partially frozen from being
I've
outside
had
for
that
like
before.
10 minutes. Yeah, it's an interesting feeling.
Have you ever had days where like because you're sweaty from having to like walk around in like massive like amounts of winter gear, your eyelashes freeze because like the sweat kind of like collects there?
Yes. Also
It's either
with like
that or
breathing
the
as
snow
well.
gets in your eyelashes and then it melts and then it freezes again.
Especially
Like
when you have glasses
I've
too.
had times where like my eye like it'll be snowing really bad, so my eyes have to be like partially closed as I walk. Or I'm like just like looking down to make sure snow doesn't get in my eye, and then like I try to look up and then my eyelids are like almost glued together by my eyelashes.
Yep. Oh, I've had that
And then
so many times.
and then I'm just like because it feels really weird.
Like you can barely keep your eyes open because they're just feel like they're glued shut. It is so
Yeah.
weird.
Anyways, don't live in a place with really bad winters.
You know, if anything, just make sure you live in a place with like mild winters if you still like the snow.
Has the government ever given you bread and milk delivered because nobody could leave the house? Nope.
Nope.
Here in Canada, we're used to that weather, so they're just like, fuck you, get used to it.
Up here as well, especially since big body water and everything. We're very much used to it, so the government's just like, nah, you got this. Even though there's been like a stretch of like maybe 2 or 3 days where people didn't have power because it was snowing so much.
Yeah.
And then
For us, that just lasts like a few hours. I've never seen it. Oh, hello. You're in here.
I am?
Yeah, where are you?
Oh, hey. Near the entrance.
Where? Where?
Oh.
Where? Where? Where?
Hello, hello.
Do you wanna do some parkour warrior?
Yeah. Oh, I have to outlive a max of 28. 28 people for Parkour Warrior.
Oh, are you ready to hear what I have to do?
Oh no. How many?
Let me see, tell you.
It was
46.
Oh boy. I think I had like a 71 before. So they get big numbers.
To be fair, it's like in total and not in one round, so.
Yeah, which is very good. Cause it was like
it was -3 for several days and the power was out. God.
minus 33. Ooh. Yeah, that's not fun. I'm trying to think.
I know, like, before I've had to, like, walk through really bad snow from my bus stop to my house when I was in college for a bit. And now I don't do that anymore, so I barely leave my house. So when the winters come around, you bet I'm staying inside.
Not moving a single muscle, just staying in.
Yep.
The worst
I don't like the
remember-
winter, even though I'm born in it.
Yeah. I'm just used to it. And also the fact that summer just hates me and I hate summer. It's a mutual hatred.
I hate summer and winter.
That's fair.
I don't pick which one's better. Fuck both of them. They both suck. They're both the extremes that no one likes.
I'm guessing you're more of like either spring or fall person then?
Yes.
Can't remember.
I love them both.
I fell. I forgot I had to crouch.
Oh my god, like the season! Holy shit.
Oh my god. Honestly, if it wasn't between... I fell again. If it wasn't between spring and fall, I like fall a bit more because you can still wear because you can wear like really thick hoodies and everything.
Yeah.
But in spring,
Plus,
you can only
spring
wear
is just like wet.
Yeah, no, spring is just ugh.
Like spring always feels good because then it's just like finally the winter's ending, but here in Canada it's always like, oh, winter's ending. Just kidding. You fucking thought, you dumbass. You really thought so, huh? Oh, look at that, winter's actually ending this time. You idiot, you fell for it again. You fell for the ruse once more. Fucking dumbass. Oh my god,
Yep.
look, it's actually coming back this time. Fuck you.
Yep.
and then it actually ends, but then you don't believe it.
And then by the time that you actually believe it, it's already fall again. Or it's already summer.
Take it from me, I still don't believe winter's over. That's why I do know it is, because it is tornado season. Because I had a tornado warning happen today.
How to know that
Another one.
you are finally in spring? Tornadoes.
How to know I'm finally in summer? Tornado season. It was kind of funny though, because Maddie was like, wow, there's a tornado warning, but no one, like, there's like an actual tornado has touched down, but they don't know where it is because the radars are down.
Oh no.
So it was literally just like, there's a tornado somewhere. Where is it? Ooh.
Oh.
Time for you to find that out. Let's hope it's not near you. I like immediately when I got the warning, I'm like, all right, time to save all of my progress on all of the editing I've done so far.
Yep. I just mostly like winter was that.
What is it?
What is winter? What is this? It sounds like a fairy tale. Ah, nope. There we go.
Who knows? It might be.
Who knows? Maybe for like aesthetically pleasing photos, but not to live. Most times, usually. Most times.
Yeah, it's good for nice photos, but then other than that, it's like I'm just gonna stay inside. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, it's also very good too, especially if you're avid drinker of
Yay!
hot cocoa. Let's go!
I miss.
Let's go! You glow!
I glow piss color, guys. This is crazy.
Let's go.
Vale, look at me. Yeah, I immediately vanished the moment that happened. That was really funny.
I mean, I did look at you. I could see your glow, but you could not see me. Oh, there we go.
Looks like I'm not getting the champion this time.
Oh, sad. I think I've actually gotten it like twice, I think. Ooh, it's this one. I like this one. Meow. Meow. Oh, then this one's the window. The holy moly.
Holy moly.
Holy moly. Bryce is dying.
Jesus,
Yeah.
You fucking scared me. Jesus Christ. You just randomly appeared in front of me. That was terrifying. Oh my god.
I'm sorry. I pulled it. Oh no, I fell. I'm laughing too much. I fell. No.
Something tells me I'm not surviving much longer.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be surviving much longer either. Whee! Meow. Oh, nope, there we go.
I watched that.
You watched me die, and you didn't reach out for me? SMH. What the heck? That's fair, that's fair.
Never mind, I get you.
Oh yeah, no, I'm 100% dying right here, right now. Oh.
Fuck!
Yep.
I'm not driving. Bye bye!
So long. 07.
Dead.
Death.
So
Okay, nothing. Okay, so I lived 8 players.
8.
Okay.
Okay.
So 2 more for me at least, and then you need 32?
42.
42, okay.
Actually, no, I might be wrong. 46. I was wrong.
Okay, okay. It's all good.
Also, apparently I sound really crunchy.
Oh, are you?
I don't know, someone in chat just said I sound really crunchy.
You're fine to me. Hold on, can you speak?
Hello? My ears have turned inside out.
Oh.
Damn.
Bryce. Huh?
I'm crunchy? Hold on, let me hear this.
I don't hear anything. You're fine on my end. I'm just confused now.
Oh wow, no, it is crunchy. Ooh. Ugh. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
If you want to, you can just like mute me for a bit.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, it's all good. I have you muted for now, at least. I have no idea what's causing it. Because you sound fine for me. Like, no, there's no crunch. Could it be a Twitch thing, do you think? Whoa. Wait, no. OBS? But I'm distracted now. I might have to like re-add the output maybe? That could be it? Vale isn't crunching just rice. Okay. Yeah, I have my rice muted right now so you can't hear him. Whoop, nope, there we go. Yeah, I can still hear you. It's just, chat can't. So that way... you could say many secrets. And chat would be very jealous. Yeah, there you go. Ooh, that's true. Oh my god, wait, Rice? No way! Are you... Oh, I'm so... Oh, rest... Oh, chat, I'm so sorry you can't hear this, but oh, I just got told some spicy secrets. Oh. Oh. And no one will know except for me. And Rice. I'm sorry, chat. Ooh. Vale, pretend I told you the craziest shit, the craziest things ever. Vale, please. That was clap. I'm sorry. Yeah. I couldn't help myself. I think so, yeah. They can't hear you. Oh, my poor Catholic ears. Oh no. I'm being pressured by my inner demons. I don't know, I think chat would lose their mind more so. That is true. We know when Rice is talking. Yeah. Yeah, no, you can still see Rice talk. You can't hear it, and only I can. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me see. Yeah, I think if anything, I might just have to re-add. Yeah. No. Can I fix spreadsheet? Oh. Here we go. Hmm. Oh. No, the death. Okay, do you think we should leave for a bit? Or at least leave the queue? Do you think we should leave the queue? Or leave the game? I want to try and fix this. Alright, there we go. I'm gonna hide in the little hidey hole. Hold on. Whee! The hidey hole. Okay. To be fair, they also don't know that you're talking. They can see you when you talk. There we go. Alright, from what I see, it just looks like I have to re-add. OBS is using about 18.4, but 50% of CPU is being used. Yeah, I have it open right now. Yep. I'm tempted to see if... Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of Discord real quick. Delete this, remove Discord, and then just add it back in and it you'll ever hear things and have to spend a bit figuring out if it's real or you're just hearing things. I've had to a few times, I won't lie. Roommate, let's go. Right.
As long as they don't like haunt me.
Oh, Wait on, you were speaking for a little bit because I re-added Discord. I don't know if um they could chat could hear you for a little bit. Chat, when you heard rice, did rice sound crunchy at all? Alright. Not crunch? Ayo? It just
Hello, not
liter-
crunch.
literally just like removing it. Like
It's not crunchy.
let's go.
So you just had to like re-add it then. Okay.
Okay.
I see.
Let's go. Now chat's
I'm
ears.
back, Chad. I was saying so many secrets and a lot of balls. It was crazy.
So many secrets. I heard so many
Also,
secrets.
where am I getting messages from?
Discord? Hold on. I also have to check the other thing. Some requests. Oh, survive at least 60 seconds and 3 engage in Sky battle. I don't want to do that. I think we're also gonna have to do hole in the wall for a bit.
Yes!
Cause guess how many walls I have to.
I can see it. It's 150.
Yeah. Oh, and then 13 games of hole in the wall. Yeah, I can do that.
How many more people do I need to last? It seems like it just keeps like going up by 8 every time, so I have to play this a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, good.
We can like flip between the two
Yeah.
if we ever need to.
That way, it isn't just boring, same old, all at
Yeah.
once. For this fair. Oh, you don't know the salmon ladders. Let me go to salmon ladders.
No, 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 no,
Salmon
no, no,
ladders.
no, no, no,
No!
no, no, stop, no, 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 no. I hope you haven't shown chat yet.
They saw a little bit. I just didn't like outwardly out.
Also, I'm pretty sure
Say
before
anything
they added you back, I heard Rice just very quietly, so I'm not sure if I hallucinated. No, I'm actually in your walls, so.
Oh no.
That's why you can hear me so well, actually. It's just because I'm like in your walls with my entire setup, so.
Just in the walls. Rice.
I'm in
Rice
your
is
walls.
Rice is actually just a mouse. Mouse.
Ooh, okay.
Also, just to make you guys feel better too, when I did add the Discord thing back, Rice was unmuted for like a split second before I muted them back again.
No, 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 I'm just in your walls, actually.
No, just the walls.
Just the walls.
No. What lies are you spouting? No. Can't be, because then you had to be tiny. My walls are thin.
You underestimate my size. Actually, no, you overestimate my size. I'm very small.
Itty bitty.
Vale can attest to this. I'm actually like a rat.
Yep.
I'm literally a rat, so.
Rat. Rat. Stop, good night, you creep at night. You are a rat.
I am the pig rat that makes
all
all
loud
the moves.
noise. I won't lie, that's like the that's about as much as I know of that song. I know nothing else.
Oh my god, I
I've
did a massive skip, huge.
Yeah, let's go. I've fallen. Here we go.
Don't fall, that's not the point of this game.
Too bad, I've already done it.
Be careful on my walls if you're a rat. No.
No.
No, actually, I think I'm good.
I will live my life dangerously, thank you.
I live my life on the edge.
Oh, I
They
hate
call
this
me
one.
White Risk Rice for nothing. They don't call me White Risk Rice for nothing. That sounds like it should be like a white person joke, but it really isn't. I just completely forgot that white is if you were to put it in like first last name terms, white is technically my first name.
Yeah. We just only call you by your last name.
Because who the fuck would want to be called white, honestly? Me.
I have a few ideas. Not you.
Me.
The complete opposite of you, actually. If that makes sense.
Oh! That took me a second.
You're good.
I mean, just like in first name basis, because then it's just like, why are people always calling you like the color of your skin? Is that like an inside joke? No, that's just my name.
Oh yeah, just no. No, it's just the name. The parents weren't very creative.
The parents
They couldn't.
were very creative.
I know, they couldn't figure out what to call me for 9 months, so they just like one.
At that point, they might as well have called me fucking Cracker.
Yeah. Just at that point. Woo. Whee!
Oh, I see. Okay, I see that. I see the strat for that. I figured it out.
Oh, Rice, I love that strat so much. It's so good.
It took me a bit to figure out how people went so fast. It was literally just they jump in the middle of the thing. Whoopsie.
Yep,
I thought I
they
could jump
jump.
on that.
Oh good, oh good. Yeah, no, you jump, and then if you can, if you're going fast enough, you can actually still, like, jump while you're crouched and everything. Also, hello, Carrie! It's been a bit- wait, hold on, aren't you supposed to be sleeping? This is a later stream. Carrie, your schedule.
fuck.
The sleep schedule, Carrie.
Who needs a sleep schedule?
You got a point. Oh, nope, there we go.
I'm saying that as somebody who stayed up until fucking 7 in the morning to edit the MCC application.
Well, to be fair.
My sleep schedule doesn't exist. I sleep when I sleep.
Yep. To be fair, though, it's still a really good video. You did a really good job on it. It's very nice.
Thank you.
Bruh.
Fuck! I keep just like falling.
I
Stop!
The bees, they're fighting back. The bees are fighting. Oh, nope. Yeah, no, I have like 1 heart. I'm dead.
Come on!
So long.
Oh my god, I just made it! Holy shit! Oh my god, I'm
Let's
at
go.
1 heart.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Go, Rice, go. You got this. Theoretically, your name is normal, just in a different country. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Shiro, which means white, is actually quite a common name. Hey, nice.
Oh wait, really?
Shiro. Especially.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I'm gonna die. Fuck! Ah!
Take your time, it's okay.
No, I'm not gonna make it.
Oh. I saw that little spin there. Just a spin. The sleep schedule only lasted 1 day. That's fair. There was an attempt at better sleeping.
Why did Kerr just randomly say wanker?
Probably just someone in chat. Oh yeah, Carrie, I got rid of more, of the censor thing, so you should be able to swear more.
Say fuck right now.
Oh yeah. Oh, me and Cake call each other. Wait, that's fair.
Yay! Fucking shit!
Oh, chat. While Rice is muted, Rice is trying to get me to swear more purposefully instead of like accidentally.
I was saying you should say fuck right now.
But Rice, they're poor ears. They're poor innocent ears.
Oh no, swearing.
Oh no.
God. An adult swearing? Nuh-uh.
What is this?
That can't exist. There's no way.
What are you?
What do you mean
Brandon?
adults can say fuck and shit?
I will unsub if Vale swears. But to be
Do
fair,
it.
you're kind of stuck with the sub for a bit, Carrie. Oh, 25 months down the drain. 07. All of Vale swears. Well, that's giving me an incentive just not to swear then.
Well, I'm giving the incentive. I will gift 2 subs, so it'll just be it would just be an extra sub.
Yeah, you do got a point. But...
I won't actually, but I'm just trying to get you to swear.
Yeah, I know. It's also, I was also gonna say, I also, like, don't want you to put yourself through, the pain of having to do, of having to make just, like, a big slime thing. I will give 10 subs if Vale doesn't swear. Oh, well,
Did you say shit?
I was gonna say shoot. I swear I was
well,
gonna.
shit. Fuck! No! Give 10 anyway, give 10 anyway.
No.
Give 10, give 10.
Shit. There. No, you
10
can't
anyway,
gift.
give 10 anyway.
No. No.
Do it. Oh, fuck.
Do not.
If you
Yep,
do
the
it,
bank.
if you don't give 10 right now, you hate ace people. You have 10 seconds.
No, there's two contradicting things. Because both of us are A's, but we're saying different things. Oh yeah, also Carrie's Ace. SMH, Ace on Ace crime.
Ace on ace crime.
Oh nope, there we go. I died.
I commit ace on ace crime. I killed a person.
There was murder.
I did ace on ace crime. I played an ace on blackjack.
Oh.
Honestly, I forget how to play blackjack, so I don't even know if that's like an important play or not.
I have no idea.
I remember I used to play it on a Discord bot a lot, and I always won because I was apparently really good at blackjack.
Nice. I know that I always used to play slapjack, and people were scared of playing with me.
Oh my god, me too!
Let's go.
I just honestly, if you want to win like slapjack, just have the hardest slap, because then no one will want to beat you, because then no one will want to challenge you, or else they are going to go through pain.
Oh, absolutely.
You do not hold back, ever, in slapjack. If
There's-
you do, you are weak!
Just no holding back. Do not hold back.
That's literally just how you win.
Yeah. Bro just held onto the side of a trapdoor.
Ow.
Yeah. Also, I think I just glitched like a tiny bit. Oh. But then again, I'm also already just dead. So really just me doing this is not worth it. Wait, I haven't seen this one! That's a really cool nether portal. Oh, this build is so cool!
Wait, which one?
The...
Oh, the nether portal.
Yeah, nether portal. It looks so good. I like this.
The funny thing is it leads to another themed course.
Yeah! So,
That's funny.
So good. Yeah, very pretty. So pretty. Very nice. I don't know what I am apart from bi. That's fine. It's not a race to like figure out like who you are and everything. Just go at your own pace.
Don't force yourself to put a label.
Mm.
If you don't feel like it's right. Like you can, like if you want to, you can use a label even if you're like, I'm not 100% sure. That's fine. And if you don't want to put on a label, that's also fine.
Yeah. That's like completely valid so long as you're not hurting anyone else. Or just causing pain to other people. That are... accepting.
Labels are meant to make you feel more comfortable, and if you don't feel comfortable with having like labels, then you shouldn't feel forced to have them.
Yeah.
But yeah, it just isn't a race to figure yourself out, honestly.
Anyone who makes it a race is
It's not like a competition for like who can figure themselves out the fastest, because that's just like toxic, honestly.
Oh, that is absolutely extremely toxic. As far as I know, I'm a AAA battery. That's a really good way to put it.
As far as I know, I'm a fucking sea creature, and that's fine.
As far as I'm aware, I am just void. I am just here. I'm an entity. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Chat. I have yet to update the pronouns things, but I'm trying out neopronouns.
Yay!
Yeah. Which is,
Neopronouns are so swagging cool.
yeah.
And not like the other pronouns.
Oh my god.
That is just like literally true, so.
Yeah. This little guy hanging with the stars floating in space. Honestly, that is very fair. Yeah,
Like, here, think about it. We're all like funky space star children because we all come from stardust.
yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
So insane. And then there's people who are just like,
we're all little star children. And I think that's awesome.
We're just here. Just star children. The pronouns that I'm like trying out though is like void/void. So whoop, bruh. So like voy in the place of they, and void in the place of them and theirs. Oh, I fell. No, I don't know why, but it fits very well, and I like it. There we go. Star. Oh my god.
I'm
The red.
lagging. I don't know if it's going through my voice right now, but my game is lagging.
Ooh. Your voice sounds fine. At least to me.
Okay, so my connection to the server is just really weird because my Discord's completely fine, but Minecraft is going insane right now.
Ooh. You know, my Minecraft is just not having a good time.
Oh, never mind. My Twitch is getting affected too.
Uh-oh. Might just be internet then?
Yeah,
Bruh,
probably
I keep
is.
on jumping. I need to stop jumping. There we go. Okay, there we go.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, lag.
Wow, leg. Thank you.
I'm on like the fucking snake path and I literally can't do it because my lag is so bad.
Oh, bro, really? Oh, that
yeah,
sucks.
I'm stuck. I'm literally stuck.
Aw. Aw.
Yep, there I go.
Well, that sucks. You need a moment to, deal with
Hold on,
internet?
I'm gonna quickly close a few tabs. 'Cause I have a few tabs open, so maybe that's a problem. And then I'm gonna relog.
Okay. I just realized that I don't...
There we go. And now you're the party leader.
I do not like this responsibility. I do not like...
Too bad.
No, I refuse. How do I change this? How do I change this? Oh, here we go. Aha! No responsibility for me. Yeah, so whenever you're ready, Rice. I'm drawing on
Give me a
paper.
second. It's taking forever to get a crate.
You're good, you're good. Why do I do this to myself? To be fair, I think drawing on paper is really fun. Like, you get that, like, physical sensation of being able to draw and everything. Of, like, holding the pencil and filling the paper and everything. MCC Island looks fun, to be honest, but my laptop cannot take it. Oh yeah, no, that is completely fair. You need, like, either, like, a heavy-duty laptop. Also, salmon ladders, salmon ladders.
Okay, what's going on? Because the thing I don't get is the fact that usually if my internet's having problems, my Discord also suffers, but it's just completely fine. But literally everything else is struggling.
That's really weird. That's just odd. Vale, I'm redrawing my tiefling OC from ages ago. Oh, let's go! Nice!
Just turn shit off, I guess.
You excited for MCC? Oh, dude, I am as well. Also, did you guys see? Did you see? Cyan Coyotes? Ethos Lab? Finally! Like, dude.
I don't know. I'm unoriginal with my team picking. I just have to go with Rambo. Apologies. It's just how it is.
Honestly, that is completely fair. I know that I'm
Plus,
still gonna be
Michaela's
watching
on that
Phil.
team too, so.
Yeah, I'm also just gonna be watching Phil. Just Phil.
Isn't Phil on the same team too?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, he is. I can only imagine the chaos with everyone. Wait, who's their fourth member?
Hold on, I'm quickly
Can't remember.
checking.
Yeah, Ethos Lab finally. And the fact that Etho was on
Oh, it's actually
team.
a goated team.
Ayo.
Michaela Dark Eyebrows, Krinios, Phil, and Rambo.
Hey yo, that's a really good team.
On green.
Green. I'll stick with Aqua. I like the color. Watching Scott. I'm excited. Don't get me started. Do it. Do the info dump. Info dump. Info dump. Info dump. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. I'm watching Phil too. I'm glad him and Rand are on the same team. Yeah. Yeah, usually I like switch like POVs when MCCI, mainly Rambo and Philza.
I used to do that, but then my internet just couldn't handle all the POVs I had open, so then I just stopped.
Just internet, just
Yeah, my internet's gross. I don't know if you guys know this, but it was having a few issues earlier too. My bitrate would like dip and then come back.
Oh yeah, on your stream, right? Yeah, it was. You know, the bitrate was just not having a good time with you. Just it was struggling.
It was, yeah.
I was like, yeah, I've only seen like a few videos of Etho or Ethos Lab. Oh, there we go. But he's very entertaining. Whenever Green is there, try to watch his MCCs. Yeah. Oh, ew.
What?
Just be glad that we're going invisible in a bit, cause I just saw a rainbow dream skin.
Cause you're what?
Dream
Oh.
skin. Wait, hold on. Is this a new map? I just realized this. Oh.
Yes.
I love this. Wait, is this summer? New summer thing? Woo! Oh wow.
It's the fishbowl. This is my brain.
Just guys, we're inside Rice's mind. Real.
You have arrived at my brain.
You have arrived.
You
It
have
is only
arrived at
hole in
my
the wall
brain.
and also chickens.
Nice brain. Where'd you get it? Brain store.
Nice brain, where'd you get it?
Also, there is a wall set that literally just spells out C, like S-E-A. And every time
Really?
it shows up, I like have to spell it out in chat.
Honestly, that is completely fair. Just like the people with
So-called free thinkers when see wall.
Let's see.
Oh my god, goggles like me!
Oh, let's go!
It's my brand! My brand is a wall!
The brand yellow.
Chat, this is crazy.
Oh, dude, I like this. I hope that they keep this. I really hope that they keep this and everything. Oh,
Honestly, my favorite thing is that the sun is fucking huge.
yeah. No,
Just
I want to fish.
everywhere.
I
The
want to
sun is
fish.
huge.
Yeah, let's go. They're all following. They're all fishing as well. Wicked.
I'm fishing. I'm fishing. I'm fishing.
Fishing and fishing.
I'm fishing. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Guys, I'm fishing. Guys, I'm fishing. If you
Nope.
give me a hot potato, you're- oh my god, you hate ace people. I passed it off before I died.
Let's go. Oh, dude, I love this map so much. Oh, wait. Oh my god. Rice, hold on. Did you die?
Huh?
Rice, over here.
Yeah.
Follow. Follow. Hold on. Look over here. Look at that. They have the little logo for the squid.
Oh! Oh! Guys, I love Squid Game.
Squid Game, let's go. That is adorable. I like this. Little guy has two legs I'm trying out. Ooh, nice. Little guy. Also just realized that guy has Thanos.
Whoa, dang nice.
Thanos. One is Burb, other Starborn. Ooh. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a bit partial to the bird. Just a little bit.
For what?
For UA's PNG thing that they're making on PNG Tuber. Wait, probably should work on callouts as well for you guys.
That's true, yeah. Blue. And my brain, guys. Holy shit, goggles.
Oh my god. No one else has goggles ever.
Nope. Only me.
Only Rice.
See, hold on. Fuck, command doesn't exist. See.
See. I also died. Worth it.
Worth it.
Not on.
Nope. Nope. Take it. Not mine. Nope. Not mine. Nope. Not mine.
Oh. So
That's
many
so
people.
funny to watch.
It is.
See?
See. Also
The villager almost not like pushed me off. Oh my god, is that
Oh.
see?
Oh my god, again. Oh my god. Again? Third time? Oh, no.
Nope.
Sadness. Also, don't mind me. I'm just gonna have some little bit of food here.
Come on!
Yeah,
Yeah!
let's go. SOS.
I got cobwebbed, but then I lived.
Yeah, let's go. 5. Ooh, Matrix, watch out.
Do you see what I have to work with now? Do you see this?
Yeah. Wow, that is so thin. Reverse.
Thank you.
Purple. Purple? Yep. Purple. Purple again. Purple. Any purple.
Too much.
Too much. Need more blue.
These walls are really hard to tell the colors of on first glance.
Oh no, definitely. Like, I get the aesthetic and everything, but oh. Let's go! You won.
That's what I talk about.
Wicked.
Yeah. That's right. The king is back. That's me, baby. I'm the king.
Let's go. Also, ow. This is why your mom doesn't love you. That was crazy once. Stop. No.
I love the person just went stop. It's like, no, I'm not. Thanks for
No.
asking, though.
I will not. Wait, are we only gonna get this map with it being?
No,
the
we
summer
get
event?
others. It's just that it's like has a higher chance of being put in front of us, I guess.
Okay. I like the prisoners so much. I'm definitely not biased.
Crazy?
That was crazy once.
That was crazy.
I like
I
my
like
room.
the room.
Rubber room.
Rubber
room
with
with
rats.
rats.
And
And
rats,
rats
make me crazy.
Crazy. Crazy?
Crazy?
That was crazy once. I liked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room
Rubber
with
with
rats.
rats. And rats, make me crazy.
crazy. Crazy? That was crazy once. Oh,
See?
see.
I was a C once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats make me C.
See?
I was C once.
Liked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. Rats? They make me see. See?
I was a C once.
You liked me in a room. But they learned the lesson, and it was not a rubber room. And there
It
were
was
no
a C
rats.
room.
It was a sea room.
They locked me in. They locked me in a world. A sea world.
Oh no. A sea world. A sea world with Willy.
And sea world makes me crazy.
A sea world. Sea world makes me rage. My headphones are warm. Uh-oh. It is not good. Oh, is it burble? It is burble. Whee! Oh, yellow. Big. Might be reversed.
Nope.
Nope. Green maybe. Nope, purple. First.
Yo.
Go. Ooh, yeah, blue.
Literally could not see what color that was for the longest time.
Uh-oh. Green. Okay, maybe yellow? Nope, it's purple. First? Nope. Oh, nice. And meat fish. Fish in the bowl.
Crazy?
Extremely
That was
fishy.
crazy.
Oh! Okay. Oh my god, no. Oh! Okay. There is so little. So little.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Okay,
Okay.
Behind.
Ah!
Oh!
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
I just went through that wall.
Oh. Oh no! I
It's
may
fine.
have also went through a wall as well?
Going through the penis gap.
Oh my god.
This
Yeah.
person better not fucking punch me, I swear.
No. Oh no 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 no! Whoa! I lived. I lived? Oh nope, I'm not living anymore. Maybe. Nope. Wait. Oh.
Just do
Oh my
not
God,
stop
reverse.
crouching. Stay crouched.
Yep. Stay
Oh
in
my
crouch.
god, no!
Stay in crouch. That is just a wall.
You got this. 30 seconds.
No. Okay. Oh. Oh my god. The
Yeah, you got this. Go on.
I just noticed that the Guardians,
Slay, you
their
got this,
eyes
go
are
on,
so
Slay.
wide. Why are their eyes so wide? Ow, ow, ow.
You got this.
Oh my god, no, 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 no.
Jump, 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 jump.
Oh! Oh!
Yeah!
How?
Good job.
How? How?
The other person got knocked off and got knocked into the wall by a blaze.
Oh.
Unfortunate, truly.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate. How? I'm still like caught off guard. Just a
The
little
map
bit.
kind of sucks for survivability.
Little bit, yeah.
I love how
There-
it sounds like I was falling to a pit. Ah!
Oh, wait, here we go.
Crazy?
That's crazy ones.
Chai, you have to sub to Vale right now or else I'm gonna fall in this pit and die. You have to. Ah!
You guys weren't fast enough. Now Rice is gone. Rice is now gone.
What did that sound like?
It sounded really good, I won't lie.
Did it sound like I fell?
Yeah, also blue.
Guys, quickly, you have one more chance. Oh god, no!
No, Rice! Look what you guys have done.
It's my new favorite bits.
Hey Rice, what sound would you make if you fell down a hole? I'm just curious. First.
What sound would I make?
Yeah, if you fell down a hole. Oh no. Perhaps?
I don't think I can make the joke right now. I'm going fishing, by the way. I'm fishing.
Are you
hold on.
fishing?
1
Fishing?
second,
Fishing?
I'm fishing.
Hold on, fishing. We fish. We fish. We go fishing.
1 second, I'm fishing.
Yep, once again, fishing.
Fuck, I can't fish anymore.
No, no more fishing. Oh no. Eh. Okay.
Purple.
Purple.
I'm gonna actually start trying to do callouts now.
Yep, yep. Reverse.
Reverse. Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah.
yeah. Purple? Purple.
Yep.
Purple.
Purple.
Purple. Why heat purple?
Yellow?
Yep, yellow. Fishing. You can fish again.
I'm fishing.
I'm fishing. There you
Hold
go.
on, guys. 1 second. I'm fishing.
Hold on,
1
guys.
second. I'm
Pause.
fishing.
Hold on. Pause. Gotta fish.
Also green. 1 second. I'm fishing.
Once again, fishing.
Yellow.
No,
Nope,
purple.
Purple. I
Purple.
should have gone with my gut. My gut was purple.
Oh,
I don't want this. I don't want this.
I don't want. I don't want.
I'm sorry.
Christ, how could you? The betrayal. Christ, I trusted you.
I didn't realize. I thought there was a little bit of time left. I didn't notice it was like right then and there was gonna explode.
No, you're good. That was hilarious.
That's so funny. Oh my god.
I'm just gonna eat
Please
my
tell me
pasta.
that you got that.
I did, yeah. I looked up too when I
Oh.
said betrayal.
Oh my god.
I was looking like directly at you, and then I died.
Oh my god. That's so fucking funny. Oh my god.
I don't know about you, but that's definitely.
I'm sorry.
worthy.
Boom.
And just the quiet. I trusted you.
How could you? You really did the ah!
For real, yeah.
On fishing?
Ayo, fish.
Hold on, I'm fishing.
Ayo. Ayo, you're gaming and fishing. Gaming
Yeah, I
and fishing.
come fast. I got fish I need to catch.
The fish aren't gonna catch themselves.
Oh, they added a skin onto the fucking. That's scary. Oh no.
Mm-hmm. A little bit, yeah.
Of course, the wall had to knock a slime into me that killed me.
Slime.
Anyway, it's like, I'm sorry. What? No!
Pretty much, yeah. That was like perfectly clip worthy. If I've ever a perfectly worthy clip if I've ever seen one.
Chat, if you're not subbed right now, you have 10 seconds to follow right now before I throw myself into this pit.
Oh no. Bryce,
You
no.
guys
not again.
have to. Come on.
Bryce,
5,
no.
4,
Bryce, no.
3, 2, 1.
Less of Tiffred screaming, more of just happy go wee.
And at the end, you hear a crunch.
Joke's on you, Rice. I'm already following.
Too bad you didn't follow in time, or else I would have not jumped into that pit and died.
My
Should have unfollowed and refollowed and reset your follower count for me. How could you? You let me die.
How could you?
For some numbers.
SMH. The numbers. Suitable starboner and burp. Can't decide which one. Just the meh.
Meh.
With a full stop too, like full.
Meh.
Mark.
Oh.
See.
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 So-called free thinkers 1C.
So true, so true. Oh, oh, guess what, guess what, guess what? See.
I love how there's a thing that the MCCI community can bond over, and that's word walls.
Yep. Both with C and also how.
Yeah, see and how.
Yep. Yep. And also Connie, apparently. I think this says Connie, but I don't know.
I read it as Connie.
Oh, and do not jump. No jumping. No jumping. No jumping. You know, I wish that they would change the blocks around the shroom lights to what? Whoa. To what the letters were supposed to. What
That's true. I don't know why they didn't do that.
Yeah. Because if they changed the blocks around the shroom lights to match the letter, that would be so much easier. Or easier to tell, like, what color it is, and for call-outs and everything, too. EP still going to head to bed. Yeah, good night, Tatos. It was nice seeing you again.
Oh my god, that person just hit the slime into me.
Oh, bruh.
Also, I'm currently being summoned, so I must depart for now.
All good, all good.
but it was fun playing.
Yeah, very fun.
Alright, chat. Alright, chat. I'ma head out. Ah!
Rice is no more. Rice is left. No more rice. Yeah. I should probably do like at least a few more hole in the wall. And okay, yeah. Just falls through a hole, dies. No more rice. It's death. Put the doodles into the SRR channel because I don't know where to put it. That's fair. It's very, very fair. Done. Give me one moment. I looked and I liked both. Though I think I would have to go. I would have to go with the starboard because I like the halo and everything. Yeah, okay. This real quick. And good, okay. Then how many more games of hole? A few more. Or I'll do this one one last time, and then I'll switch to parkour again. Hey, not a problem. All good. Yeah, all good, all good. Hold on. I'm just gonna do. Oh. There we go. There we go. So I have music back on again. But if it's crunchy, please let me know and I can fix it. Not just I've wanted the talkie to have a mouth or not. That's fair. I spilled milk. Oh no! Oh no, Carrie, why? Yay! I finally fixed it. Because while I was just kinda waking up from the nap that I had, while I was waking up from the nap that I had, I remembered that people's mouse there wasn't working, so I made sure to fix it. There's still like a few that still need to be fixed, I think. But that's like the one that I remembered at least. Hey, now you can finally see it. It is no longer just only in your mind. It can finally be seen. Oh no, not the hot potato again. No, no, no. I was already betrayed. I already got betrayed. I don't want to get betrayed again. No, 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 no. Oh! I was in F3 for third perspective for that moment alone, so I could see everyone just get pushed off. Those kind of like faces up there. See right there? Like the mouth and the two eyes on south. It looks like a face. No. No. With you, thank you. No, it looks like a face, doesn't it? A little face right there. Looks like a face. I can't get it on my head now. Might be this one. Yep. Whee! First arm again. One. Oh. Yeah, it goes, oh. It just goes, oh. It's shocked. Oh my god. No, 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 no. Okay, oh good. Nope. Away with you. Ow. Go away. I don't want pillagers. No, go away. Oh my god, no. It just goes, oh! Just, oh! Oh, no, 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 no. I'm gonna go all the way over here and just avoid you. I don't want to get punched. No, thank you. Whee! Oh, chicken is not gonna live anymore. Nope, there we go. I died. I died. Okay, I need 20 more games. At least one more for that. A lot more for that. Ugh. Okay, so like eight more, give or take. I'll do this one last time. See if I survive long enough. Ooh, the city. Hold on, where's Batman? There's Batman. Look at him. This is his city. He watches over the town. City. He watches over. Terrible. I don't think this one has a face. Oh, it's more like a light bulb. Yeah, light bulb. Not really a face. I mean, that one kinda does. These only doodles are simply because, like, 4 AM and I have perfectionist to sleep. That's fair. Hey, it's all good though. Very good for 4 AM doodles. Yes. Oh, no, no, no. I'm gonna stay crouched. Nope. Staying crouched. There. Me. Oh, levitation. Oh, jeez. I cannot see. No Matrix again. No fireballs. No fireballs. No. Oh, that was like right in my face. Nope, it is purple. Yes. Jumping. Purple. No green. No purple. Okay, sounds good. Edo. Blue. I stay here. Oh my god! Nope, I'm not gonna jump. Kinda have to jump. Kinda have to jump. Kinda. I should not have jumped. Again. Okay, I think I need to wait for this game to be done, and then it'll register with this at least. Yeah. There we go. Alright. There we go. Hey, I'm just gonna do this so I can eat. I have food. Must eat food before it gets cold. Oh, hey, there we go. Ooh, and the Game Pass. Nice. There we go. Oh, a level up. No, 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 no. Thank you. Don't want to do a hole in the wall again. Just want to wait a little bit. Nothing to do preferably tomorrow is figure out. Look further in color palette. Yeah! You got this. Take things one step at a time. You got this. Loyalty Road. Oh! Heck yeah! So many coins. Oh, hello, Goody. Alright, sounds good. Hold on, let me open these real quick. So I can get rich. Oh, let's go. Wicked. So much money. So much money. So let's see. I think I need to add you as a friend. Okay, hold on, Goody. Are you online at all? Hold on, let me see. Hold on. Slash friend add. I'm not. Okay. Be sure to also get a faction too. Nice. Wait, hold on. Cootie, are you in the Discord server that I'm on? That I'm in VC with right now? Or no? I can send you the link though. Boat. Hey, there we go. Gotcha. Oh wait, Cootie, hold on. Okay, Cootie. Here, hold on. If you're on the main island, go to, there's like a green social friends thing. And then if you right click, and then go to the boxes, be sure to go onto instance 5 if you can. Let me go in the spaceship. Spaceship. Space. Captain Nice. Okay. One moment. Invite. Where are you? Goody Queen, there we go. Yay, there we go. I sent you the invite thing to the Discord. Ayo?
Hello?
Is that a nerd that I see?
Wow, extremely.
Oh my god, do I see a nerd? Oh, wait. Hello, Goody.
Hello, hold on.
Hold on.
I
turn-
can't hear. I'm deaf. Hold on. I gotta turn you up.
No, you're good. I have to turn you up as well.
Okay, there we go. Alright, I think I'm here. I haven't played MCCI in so long.
It's all good, no worries. Hold on. Speak, I have to check your volumes.
Crazy? I was crazy once.
You locked me
They
in a
locked
room.
me in a room.
A rubber room.
A rubber room with rats. And rats make me crazy.
Crazy.
Crazy?
Okay.
I was crazy once. Hello.
Nerd. Hello. Pay no attention to my level and how many trophies I have. I am definitely not a nerd.
Well,
volume?
I don't
Awesome.
know how to check that yet.
Oh
wait,
my level
I do.
is
Oh my god.
like Yeah. Yeah.
Wow, what a nerd.
I have no idea. What do you mean, Cootie? Oh, also, there's like a daily thing. Come over here.
Mm-hmm.
Over here. You get a free item by talking to this guy.
Ooh, money.
Yeah. Oh, and then did you get your other free items as well from Jimmy?
Who's Jimmy? Where'd you
Over
go?
here.
Oh.
Jimmy. This dude.
Hello, Jimmy. Ah, foam finger.
Yeah. There we go. Nice.
Money, 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 money.
Money, money, money. Oh, wait, Cootie, I want to show you something. Hold on, come here. Follow me. Follow me. Oh, and hold on, Cootie. So press T. There should be like a accept or decline thing with the party.
Oh,
Yay,
yeah,
there we
you're
go.
right.
And now you're
I haven't
glow.
played Minecraft in forever. I forgot how to play.
It's all good, no worries. Daily free item. Yeah, there's a daily free item. You only get one every day, though, unfortunately.
Scavenger hideout. This is new.
Mm-hmm. Look at them. Look at them.
Rats!
Rats! They are the rats!
Is there a rubber room in here?
No, unfortunately not. But, oh,
This one's got glasses!
yeah!
Oh,
Okay, hold
fancy
on.
pants! Oh my god, I love this one.
Yeah, do you want to see Remy?
Is he
Okay.
cooking?
He is. He is cooking. Over here. He cooks. Is
Look at you. You a whole chef. Oh my god.
yeah, and then if you right click him, you can see you can get a chef's hat, but it costs a lot.
Oh my god. Why is everything so expensive on here?
Cause they
Inflation
want,
hit these guys hard.
you know, it's because they want to be sure that you're playing this game. Also, this is like my favorite rat. This is Opal, and I love her hijab.
Opal.
Yeah, look at this.
I mean, I can't lie. I am so digging Mr. Fancy Pants.
Oh, dude, same. Look at those glasses.
Look at the feathered hat.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. I know, right? Screenshot.
And I just love the name.
Oh, I know, right? Just all of these names are awesome. Whoa.
No, this one scared me. I thought this was my name for a minute. I was like, what?
What? How'd they know?
Oh, time to get out of here. I'm a whole rat in this world.
Time to skedaddle. Oh, then this is just the wandering rat.
Same. Same, my dude.
Yeah. Okay, you are Team Orange Ocelots. Or a cat.
I wanted to, yeah, I was like, I just want to be a cat.
That's right, that's fair. I just wanted, axolotl. Because blue fits pretty well, with my whole thing and everything.
Oh, I thought it was because you're a nerd.
Bruh.
Wait, I haven't
just wanna
tried
be
the
unbanned.
new game.
Ooh, over here. Cootie, over here, over here, over here. This is where I got most of my trophies from. It's just over here.
What is that? Parkour Warrior? Ooh.
Yep.
Hold on, I need to.
Mhm.
Wait, how do I go back?
I'm in Red Rabbits because I ran his first MCC one. Yeah, that is completely fair. I get that, I get that. I just realized at the sense of time, music is playing right now. At least for me. I'm gonna turn up so chat can hear it a little bit. There we go. Also, wait, hold on, Goody. Before you go that way, I want to show you something. Follow me.
It's a Game Pass?
Game Pass is just, you get access to more things, mostly cosmetic. Though you do, get access to daily challenges and everything, more so than you already have.
Nox Crew work for Mojang? Because I feel like they need to.
Oh, dude, I know, right? Okay, it's the salmon ladders.
Oh!
Salmon
Oh,
ladders.
shit.
Salmon ladders. This is salmon ladders. Salmon ladders.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no. Okay.
Hey.
Oh.
Oh.
Shh. Just. Shh. I went for the wrong one. Ah! This is not easy.
Yeah.
You look at them on the screen and you're like, I could do that.
Yep.
Nah, I
Oh,
can't.
and then Doc's crew put this here so because they were like, all right, bet. Here you go.
This
Have
is
fun.
hard.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have an aneurysm.
Oh no, Rice has to make sure that I avoid this place whenever I'm in a party with them. Because
Okay, hold on.
I will spend a
This-
good majority of time just at the salmon ladders.
I'm about to.
Also, hey Cootie! A pleb.
You did something. Hold on. I see what you did. I see what you did.
What'd I do? I have done nothing. I am innocent.
I see what you did.
I have done nothing. I don't exploit any
That
secrets.
is what you call a cheater. That's what you call a cheater.
I have no idea what you mean. I don't cheat.
I can't go up higher.
You can't go up higher. No, that's the highest you can get. It's just that.
Ah! Okay.
It's a good try, Cootie. It's a good try. Pet. You almost did it. I
You
gotta
know
get
what?
it.
I'm gonna beat up Sandra because I'm frustrated.
Also, that's yeah, no, that's fair.
And Jack.
Just gonna beat them all up. SMH Cootie, how could you?
It's their own fault.
We're not making it easier.
What are you doing in a tree?
Embered, I perch.
You looking for more exploits?
Maybe. Possibly. Gonna
How?
get an MCC at some point, but I also feel like I'd lose a whole day if I did. Oh yeah, no, you would absolutely lose an entire day. Oh yeah!
What?
I know, right? No, right? The sun is very pretty.
How do you do that? How?
Oh? Oh.
How?
Try to make sure that you're like up against the wall, not just going at an angle.
Angles feel like it though. Okay, I'm cool.
Are you sure about that?
No.
Alright, good. I feel like I have to stop you here. Okay, Goody. No, come on. We continue with the other things. Over here, Goody. Goody, come back. Goody, come back. I wish that we could actually climb this wall, though.
Right here. I don't have the same charger as you. Go away, child. Okay. Sorry, I was
A
talking to
child.
the little sister.
Oh my god. You're good. I just heard yelling. That caught me so off guard.
She's angry with me.
Alright, Goody. Over here. This is pretty much just like a solo course and everything. So right now, you only have access to this one.
Let's go.
Yeah. Pretty much you just have to get, you just have to get medals. So much dissonant enough yelling today. Oh dude, I know, right? Whoop, nope, there we go. Whee. Well, there we go. It's been a while since I've been on course number 1.
It's hard. This is number 1?
Yep, course 1.
Oh, I understand. Okay.
This is also a bonus one as well, Cootie, so you don't have to do this if you don't want to. There we go. Just some practice.
Be back. What the?
Oh wait, Cootie. Are you doing the practice mode or just speed running? How did you get there?
Skill.
So much skill. Let's go. Oh.
Okay, I can't do this part.
All right.
This is difficult. So,
Try to jump at the trapdoor, Cootie.
that's right.
Hey, there we go.
Oh,
You know, with that one, you have to be very, very careful.
you know,
Oh.
this looks a lot easier watching someone else.
Oh, dude, I know, right? It's okay though, Cootie. You'll get better at it. Hey, you did it! Aim for the trapdoors. There we go. Nice. Hey. Whee! Oh, there we go. Down to hell. That's completely for you. I know why. No worries.
You know, I used to thought I was good at Minecraft, but this is telling me I am not.
Oh, to be fair, how long has it been since you last played it?
Oh my god. Like took it seriously?
Yeah.
And not just sat on the AFK?
Mhm.
Probably like 5 months.
Do you want to try this one?
Yes, let's try.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. You just have to keep on
Oh.
practicing to get good at it. Or to get better, sorry. Hey. Nice.
This is
Oh. Hey. Nope, there we go. Down to hell. Alright,
I was almost done.
Parkour were talk me otherwise. Honestly, same. Whoop, there we go. Also, you can also teleport back to the beginning if you don't want to do the bonus Cootie anymore.
It's fine, I'm determined. I've made it. I'm determined. I've made it this far.
That's fair, that's fair. Oh. Oh.
Oh, I want to tell you a story today that
Oh?
actually made me happy.
Ooh, nice.
So,
still be careful though because I'm streaming.
I know. There was this girl at work today. She's a lot younger than me.
Mhm.
So it makes sense that she would know because not most of the older generation know.
Mhm.
But she was like just asking me, was like, "Hey, why don't you let me do your hair?" Because my hair looks like I stuck my finger in a toaster. Because it's so hot outside.
Mm.
So my hair just frizzes up.
Yeah.
And she's like, "Why don't you let me dye your hair? I could dye it purple." And I was like, I'm actually gonna go to a salon." And then she started asking me about my relationship. And she's like, "You got a boyfriend?" I was like, "No." She's like, "You got a girlfriend?" I was like, "No." She's like, "Do you swing that way?" And I was like, "No." And she's like, "Oh, you're like my one friend that I have. Are you what's it called? And she's like, "Are you asexual?" And I was like, "Oh, yeah."
Ayo.
And she's like, "Oh, okay, that's cool." Because it's so surprising to hear that people actually. I was like, "Yeah, and I'm actually surprised that you know that, because not many people understand or even actually think it exists."
Mm.
And I was like, "Oh, that's so cool."
Hey, that's awesome though.
Yeah, because she actually invited me to go to like out clubbing for my birthday. And
Okay.
I was like, "No, I'm not really into clubbing, and plus I can't spend that much money because my house got on fire. So I have to help pay for it."
Hey, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Just
So
house on fire, had to pay for it.
yeah, I have to help pay something.
Mm.
So I can't really do much. So I'm just going fishing tomorrow for my birthday.
Ooh, nice. House caught on fire is
But
crazy.
like,
What? Yeah. Wasn't there like some wiring or something? Okay.
yeah, the wiring in our roof caught one of the supporting beams on fire and burnt it completely through.
Mm.
So everyone's in a panic, like rushing all the dogs out. I have to like go grab all my cats and shove them in my car. Um, while my stepdad is punching holes through the roof trying to get to the fire because we have a fire extinguisher.
Mm-hmm. Just punch the
So
roof.
yeah, he took the vent off and then smoke just started pouring through. Then my mom freaked out. And
Mm.
so he just like straight up just punched a hole in the roof, and I was like, "Oh my god!"
That sounds
Then,
so
then, I,
stressful. Yeah.
yeah, then I was like, "Oh, this is serious."
Oh, this is not a joke. This is real. Oh. Oh. Could you when you're on that last part, be sure to shift.
Okay, actually, telling that story helped me focus.
Hey.
Never mind.
You want to tell another story? Oh, I'm gonna say a story. You can just focus on me speaking. So this
Okay.
just happened today. Um, and this is a test of just how flimsy my nails are. Because when I
Mm,
went to open up a new packet of soda thing, I used my index finger to like press down on the dotted outline where the tab is and everything. And I
mhm.
pressed down a tiny bit too hard, and my finger ended up like going all the way through and like rammed against a bottle of soda. The impact made my nail flip inside out, at least part
Eh,
of the part where it's like whitish, and it wasn't like right away. I didn't notice it right away, but it was like a slowly growing numbness that slowly turned into pain, and I didn't figure out what it was until I looked down at my hand and found that my nail was, or at least like the white part of my nail that grows and everything, was just kind of flipped. I
did it
did
break your nail?
somehow no. I'm still kind of surprised about that.
No, because that's happened to me before.
Hmm. Yeah. You know, it's I think I really had like once where an impact like
Okay,
broke my nail.
I'm gonna be super serious. I can't do this.
Alright, then do the teleportation scroll and we continue.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, in this one you just pretty much just like line yourself up with the middle and then just run. I can practice what I preach.
Hold on.
Or you know, from the nail bed. No, it's still on there. We move on. Pro moves. We move on. We continue. Oh, nope, there we go. Whee! Oh.
Sorry, my little sister's bothering me.
You're good, you're good. The sibling is bothering the elder one.
Yeah.
Oh.
What the heck? Yeah, okay, this has taught me I'd rather watch people do this.
You just rather watch people?
Yeah, because
Because this is just getting you frustrated.
maybe if I, like, big brained it. Maybe.
Oh,
I'm a
let's
god.
go!
I'm a god.
Self
That
nails
was
can do
pure
that
skill.
occasionally.
What the heck?
Yeah, they disappear and reappear. Hey, there we go. A soft nail buds do that, they just fold. Yeah, it's might have done that like once or twice before. It's not fun.
Before I got my iron treatments, my nails were like that all the time.
Oof,
That's why I basically bit them all the way down to the nail bed
oof,
because all of them were like that.
ouch. Well, that's just not fun. Speaking of nails, such cute ones. Yo, nice. Oh nope, there we go. Down to death. I heard yelling from the sibling.
You can hear her. Oh, you
A
know why?
little
It's
bit.
because my my actual speaker, my actual microphone
Mm.
died.
Oh.
So I'm using my headset speaker,
Oh, okay.
and it doesn't have noise gate. So.
Ooh, yikes. You
Oh
got
my
this,
god,
Goody.
it's.
You got this. My mom works on a nail salon. Nice. But while you're doing that, I'm going to.
I hear. Well, I feel like gel is a lot friendlier than any other thing to put on your nails because it's not as. It just seems a lot friendlier to me.
Yeah. Also, Goody, don't forget that to crouch.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah, no, nail. The gel is a lot better. Oh. The gel is just resin for your hands. It is, yeah.
Honestly, I've never actually gotten a pedicure before until I was like, well, that's going. Never mind. That's going to tell you how old I am. Let's just say until later, way later on in life, because my nails were always so bad.
That's right. That's fair. Ow. Hey, there we go. Want to do the bonus?
Ignore that purple. I'm gonna ignore.
That's fair. That's fair. Oh yeah, the bees. The bees are not fun. Ignore the fact that I just kind of passed it. There we go.
Oh.
Oh. You got this, Goody.
Do I got this? No.
Be sure to
Watch
send
this.
yourself.
Easy.
Oh,
No.
oh, you almost got it.
So after this, I don't think I can do this game.
Oh. Like this parkour challenge at all? Are you sure?
So.
You got this, Goody.
Yeah.
Oh. Just channel the power of Vash.
Oh.
Oh. No, you almost got it.
I'll do this for Vash.
Do this for Vash. You got.
Fuck.
You got this. Dude, nail just on a friend. They just rub their nails to pick at it. Ooh. I know that's very, very fair.
No, exactly. That's why I like the gel so much.
They're
It's
just smooth.
because back then my nails were like super flaky.
Whoops.
So I always picked at them and like.
Keep sprinting. Like, don't stop. Oh, you almost had it. And don't turn until you're on it, and then crouch. Do not turn. No turning. There we go. Oh. Crouch! Crouch! Oh.
You know what'll help? Hold on.
Goody, you trust. You got this, Goody. Oh, what would help?
You know what'll help?
What would help? What's up?
Oh my god. They're not on this skin.
It's fair.
Oh.
Oh.
Never mind. Their skin's not on this one. It's on Cursed Forge.
Oh no. Oh. Oh, yeah, you got it. And then just crouch up. There we go. And then go to here. And then go over here. And then you just jump. Oh. Hey, there we go.
See.
You got this, Goody. I trust it. You got this. You got this. It takes practice.
One more person. I see one more person pass me. I'm gonna trip them.
Oh, yep. Do the bees, and then jump on here, and then go down here, and then jump on the bee. There you go. Oh. Oh, I thought you made it.
Hard for what?
You got
I'm
this,
better at
Goody.
building.
You're the builder. It's okay. You got this. For Vash. Remember, go slow. You don't have to go fast. Take your time. Mm-hmm.
He deserved nothing of what happened to him.
You almost got it. You have to crouch. More yelling. Poked my finger in my wall's room. Ow, that sounds like it hurt. You got this, Goody. Oh.
That's it. Who's that? Who just passed you? What's their name? What's their username?
I didn't see. I forgot. I don't know.
I'm gonna trip them.
You can only do that if they live close to you, though. Oh, come on, Cody, you got this. Oh, yep. Remember, take your time. Don't rush. Situate yourself and go over. Oh,
I think you are. What's your name? Oh, you're so lucky. I can't zoom.
Yep. Take your time on this one. Go to the B. Oh no. You got so close, Cody. You got so close. You just have to remember to crouch every now and again. Ravash, Cody, you can do this. Just like
Pass me. I hope your family has a great Christmas.
Just like the bees, Vash is as sweet as honey. You have to do this for Vash.
He is. He's. Maybe I need to insult Vash to start winning. Every time I compliment him, I fall. Vash, you're a noodlehead. There we go. Nope, they both don't work. Maybe I don't need to talk about Vash at all.
Okay, I know. So no Vash talk.
Let's talk about Wolfwood. That's who we need to talk about.
Oh yeah. The priest.
The priest.
The priest.
The scamming, gun-wielding priest.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Let's go.
that's who we needed to talk about.
You talked about Wolfwood. No one else. There we go.
Hey, yo, Wolfwood.
Oop.
I was just kidding.
I need to stop laughing. Hey, Wolfwood. Whoops, just kidding. Oh. I think it only affects you, Cootie.
Oh, maybe it does.
Oh no, there we go. I know maybe it does affect me too. Whoops.
So, about this weather. Haha.
This weather, huh?
It's actually killing me.
Oh no, how hot is it where you are, Cootie?
Today it got to 103.
Oh no. I kind of don't want to tell you what mine was at then.
If you say a luxurious number somewhere in the 70s, I'm going to be upset. Is it a luxurious number in the 70s? That's gonna make me upset?
I saw you stare at me. n-
I'm gonna take that as a yes.
It might be. I feared for my life there for a second. We're in a cave, Rambo. There's no weather here. If looks could I'll do it, I know, right? Carrie, don't let Cootie see that.
Wait, see what?
Nothing. You got this, Cootie.
7! Oh my god! What I would do, who I would assassinate for 57-degree weather. Oh my god. It's been in the hundreds for 3 weeks.
3 weeks? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Cootie, no. Oh, hey, there we go. Now I just have to
Gil,
get
I am
this.
a parkour god. I saw you fall! You didn't even jump!
That's because you caught me off guard for that. But, whee! Or not.
Girls who are jealous of me, I'm jealous. Why can't this be me fucking a good kill for this weather? I can only wish for the numbers like this. Ugh.
Need me some 0 Celsius weather. Oh, dude, same. Okay, Cootie, let's go to the hard one. Over here, this way.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's go.
Look how easy this is.
So easy.
What the heck?
What's up?
Hold on, stay right there.
Uh-huh.
How'd you do that?
Pretty much just like bash your head against this. Also, just like wait until like the very last second to jump. Like don't jump at all, just run and sprint until you're at like the edge of the block. No, Cootie, don't, no. Okay, hold on. Okay, Cootie, stay. Okay, you can see my glow, right? Watch. You have to wait until like the last second.
You and your magical powers.
I don't know what you're talking about. Oh,
Oh!
hey.
See? Pure skill.
Now, good luck.
Ah,
Hey.
pure skill.
Oh, I actually made it? What? I didn't know that I could do that.
Oh my goodness! Sup?
Cootie, do you know? Okay, let's go to the medium one, Cootie, cause I never been able to do that. You definitely. Oh no. Oh, there we go. Ooh, tuning forks. You sure you don't wanna? It's a Neo, yeah.
What the heck? Why? Why is this so easy to watch people do this?
Because you're just watching and not doing...
In my head, I'm a master watching someone do this.
Mm-hmm. Like you're just saying, you're just giving all the tips and tricks and how to do everything better.
In it, like while
It's
you're
in
watching it,
Oh.
and they miss one jump, and you're like, that was so easy. I could do that with my eyes closed.
Mm-hmm.
I can't even finish. Oh my god, I did it!
Let's go! Oh. In any weather over 25 Celsius? Oh, dude, same. That's too hot for me.
It's
no.
25 Celsius. I'm American, and I don't know anything Celsius.
Very American. Do you want to go over to the easy path?
Yes, hold on, let me look up Celsius.
Mhm.
25. No, I want Celsius to Fahrenheit. 70. Oh, 77. That's a dream.
That's a long distant dream.
That's what my winters are like.
Your winters are that
70.
warm?
Yeah, they're usually
Oh.
in the 60s or 70s.
Yeah, no, that's like a nice summer day for me, I won't lie.
That's like a cool spring day for me.
Bro, I can't do this. What the heck? Hey, Cootie, wanna see a trick? You don't have to go over there, you can just like kind of skip it and go over here. Hey, there we go. See? And then you can just jump.
No, not! I tried to get before you, and it didn't work.
But hey, you got it though. Nice. Okay, and then do you know how you leave? There is like a red exit thing in your hotbar. Just click that and click leave.
Oh, so you have to do all of these shields? Or is...
Not all of them, no. Not all of them, just the ones that you know that you can do. So, Cootie,
And it gives
can you
squiggles.
access this one yet?
I think so, it's glowing.
Ooh, yeah, you should be able to then. If it's glowing.
I like this guy's name, it's Aardvark. What a
Hey,
silly name.
Aardvark. Are you just gonna ignore like all the bonus levels now?
I don't know what you mean. I'm just doing the regular path like it was designed to do.
The way it was intended.
See, skill. Look at that.
Ew. Oh, we have another disappearing one, by the way. Okay, there we go.
Oh.
You got this, Goody.
For skill.
Skill. Let's go.
Wait, why is this one a lot easier than the other one?
'Cause it's an easy bonus course.
I mean, like, this level in general. This is easier than the beginner one. Why? That doesn't make sense.
'Cause you're finally getting used to moving your fingers in a certain way for parkour.
You're right. Oh. Alright, look. I have been spending all of my time writing dinosaurs, alright? I am not used to this.
Not used to a funky block game.
No. In Ark you don't jump.
Well, you're gonna have to get used to it again, Cootie. Oh, hey, it's Aardvark. It's the buddy.
Ark, I like your name.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
Yes,
Carrie.
Ark. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Could you play Zark?
I'm-
Yeah.
I'm playing a PvP server right now because I like PvE, but it's just I need someone to kill. So
Just want to kill
and
people.
I like raiding bases and I like defending bases. So
Oh, there we go. Do you now want to do this bonus level?
I'm gonna do it. This is easy.
Okay.
And right now, the PvP server I'm gonna play on is wiping. So everyone gets a fresh start tomorrow,
Ooh, okay.
and I can't wait to play
Yeah.
because it's a server with people who have jobs, so it's
Mhm.
not 24/7 radio. Which,
Ah, excuse me.
bless you.
That
Which
kind of
is
hurt.
something I can do. Oh, I don't think I can do this. Bye.
The PTSD.
As soon as I saw that, I was like, nah, you good, okay.
Just the quick shift. Gesundheit, thank you. Also, I'm so sorry about blowing out your eardrums, guys. I tried to look away from the mic, or not, try not to like.
Look.
Go
Okay,
towards
I'm
the
gonna tell
mic.
you now. I'm not like, you need to sneeze.
Yeah. It is not good if you deny the sneeze.
If you deny the sneeze, you will feel it. Oh,
Okay. You got this.
okay.
There's another sneeze coming on, but it's like hiding.
You know what movie I want to see? Because I've been hearing people talk about it a lot.
D&D. Honor Among
I
Thieves.
want to watch the Barbie movie.
Yeah, I do too. A lot of people have been talking about it as well.
Do you want to watch the Barbie movie?
Maybe. Mayhaps.
I can find a reputable source online.
Yes, a reputable source that cannot be named.
Yeah, it's a good place to
Mhm.
watch it.
Yeah. Oh. Hey, there we go.
Nice.
Oh, do you want to try this one, Cootie? This one's actually pretty easy over here. You just run and jump.
Oh,
I forgot about the last part.
oh, okay. I understand. I understand. Oh,
Oops.
now I'm not too sure what it's about, but I've been hearing like certain people get mad, and the people that get mad, I like when they get mad because they're dumb.
Mhm.
And then the people who like the movie that say it is good is the kind of people that I like. So, okay, hold on, I gotta focus. I can't think of two things too hard at once.
All good, all good. Carrie says it's a good movie, so yeah. I've heard a lot of good things about it too, although I've also heard just the memes about Barbieheimer. Barbie
What's
so arrow
Barbie?
ace? Ooh. Wait, what?
Really?
Ooh. Or at least, very much just acts like it.
Nice.
More representation, let's go.
Hey, 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 hey!
What's up?
Quit barking.
No. I deserve that. No, no, no,
How do you clip things? Hold on.
no, no,
Clip that.
Cody,
Wait.
no,
I forgot how
no.
to clip. How do you do that? How do you do
Good.
that?
No, no, I refuse. No.
Wait, seriously, how do you do that?
I'm not saying no. The time has passed. It's too late. It's too late. Nope. No longer. This one. I just see you just standing there.
Hold on.
Oh, I think you figured it out, and I don't like that. No, no, my reputation.
Okay. There we go. I just
No,
clipped it.
standing.
Amazing.
No, bruh. Standing there menacingly. Oh, dude, I know, right? Nah. Fine, you can do this.
Wait, can I?
Oh no. No. No idea what happened there. No idea what happened there. Huh? Wonder what happened. No.
I can't believe this. This is I don't know what this is called.
Ace on ace
Don't
crime.
worry. Oh my goodness. I'm about to have a hissy fit. This is crazy.
The game's on my side. Let's go.
Just wait till you're not in chat one day.
Oh well, shoot. I don't like that.
I can also edit that and put it in a Discord.
Oh, sure you could. No. Could you please?
Yeah, because I don't think. Wait, no, you can delete my messages, can't you?
If I'm
In a
not an
DM?
admin, no. In a DM, no. Only you can delete your own message.
Nice.
I fear.
Oh my
No.
good.
Are you gonna teleport?
I won't baby rage.
One more time, and then we teleport. It's okay. I just saw the particles so distantly. Also, go like with this one, Goody. It's more chains. I'm gonna get over here.
By avoiding the chains.
You can't avoid them forever, Cootie. The chains will always be there.
Nice.
Hey, good luck
What
with
is
this one. Oh, this one you just pop on walls.
Someone gave me a cactus at work today.
Ayo?
I got a little succulent at work.
Adorable.
That's because it was dying and they wanted me to take care of it because everyone thinks that I know everything about plants at work for some reason.
That's fair. Do you recognize these two?
Are they the same one?
Yep.
Hmm.
This one's different though. This one is fun. I like this one over here with the easy course. Look at this. When you go in the water, just hold space.
Oh!
Yeah! Let's go.
Can you hear the dog?
Yes. A little bit, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay, then I think you can now go to course 3. Then can you access this one?
I can.
Let's go. Ow. Oh, and then all the courses are reset in about 7 days or so, give or take. Oh, wait, Kudi, no,
Oh.
come back. Kudi, no, come back.
The
This one's
courses
fun.
change?
Yeah. They do a refresh every like 2 weeks or so, give or take.
Oh, so no one gets used to it.
Mhm. Yeah.
Because if they can get used, I am going to complain to someone's manager.
I think you have to talk to Nox Crew then.
How?
Do you need help? Oh no, not that way, Kudi. No, 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 no. You go straight, this way. This way. No, don't stop. Do not stop. Just keep on running.
Ah.
Yeah, there we go. And then we go down this way. Whoop. Not this way. Could you know? Hey, just do not stop. Just keep on running. There we go. And then the honey's faster. They're easier to go. Yeah, there we go. And then there's this one again with the water. With the duffel one, just pretty much jump when you're on the barrels. Just keep on running. Oh. Oh, Cootie, don't turn, just keep going straight. There we go.
Okay, I see.
Yeah. Oh, also, don't
see.
be afraid to just kind of stop and take your time, too.
I missed the water completely.
Yeah, you know, you kind of need to go to the water.
Oh! What the heck? Okay, I glitched in and it threw me.
It threw off your groove.
No, it actually threw me.
Oh, and then across. Yeah, and then jump. Let's go.
Holy heck.
And then this one just holds forward in space.
What the heck? That was easy.
Yeah! If you can't tell, this is like my favorite course to just kind of zoom on.
Ah!
Oh. Hey, there we go.
Okay. Listen here. But,
You got this. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and then jump on the stairs, by the way.
Oh.
And also crouch on the ladder.
I'm gonna tell you the honest truth. I never got used to slimes.
Oh yeah, do not jump. Hold, do not hold. There we go.
I went right in the middle.
Oh no. When you're on the ladder, be sure to crouch. There we go, just in case.
That's what you call pure skill.
Let's go. Go. Yes, this one, over here. Just keep running. Do not jump when you're on the chains, just keep running.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then if you look down, it helps to time your jumps too.
The heck?
Don't stop running. Like for this one, do not stop. You just keep going. And if you don't have any music and you can hear your footsteps, be sure to count your footsteps as well, because it goes like 1, 2, 3 in the jump. Oh hey, there's puns. Huh.
Wait, what? That was puns?
Apparently, yeah. If you press tab, Cootie, to show the list of people, that's puns. Yeah.
Okay.
Surprise puns, I guess. Hey, there we go. Cool.
Nice.
And this one's just like a tiny, tiny bit annoying.
Surprise puns. Wow.
Yeah, wow. Oh, you don't have
Oh
you don't
my
have
God.
to turn with this one, by the way.
What do you mean you don't have to turn? Literally can't do it.
Oh no, you can. See? Watch. Oh no, no. Wait, hold on. Wait.
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 No, wait, hold on. Wait. Wait. Wait.
Wait.
Hold wait. See? Just go straight. Cootie and Vale cameo in Pun stream. Honestly, yeah. If you go back in Pun's if he's
Oh my
streaming
God,
right now,
he's
yeah.
streaming.
Oh wait, no, is he really? Oh no.
streaming.
Oh no, just the head and hands. Oh no. Oh no. Ayo! Oh. I mean, you almost had it. So for when you get on here, Cootie, you have to go like kind of to the edge. The hub on the slab over here. You know, I guess we will kind of make a cameo. Whoopsies.
He saw my incredible skill.
And he saw me just kind of standing there. Just
Oh my
standing
god.
there waiting.
Okay.
Whoops.
Ugh.
Oh. Remember, don't go at an angle, Cootie. Oh.
This is hard.
Did-
What? Why? For what?
Do sorry to
This
reset.
literally
All
seems
good here.
impossible.
Do you want to teleport back?
Hold on.
Mm.
Hold on.
Hey, don't fall.
I love that sound.
Oh. Also all good, Gary. Oh, there we go. And then kind of on the trapdoor. Oh, let's go. Oh. Your poor keyboard, I heard that. Yeah.
That's
then on the-
all you need to do. Just like if your remote control stops working and you hit it, and then it starts working, just do that with your keyboard.
Be sure not to break it though. Also, Cootie. Just like kind of on the edge and then jump. Hey, nice. And then again. And then be very careful because you can fall here.
Oh my god, pure skill. I am a Minecraft god.
Oh yeah, no, that's definitely puns. Yep. I won't lie, I did not think that I would see puns. That was just very just startling. Oh. Hey, there we go. Oh nope, there we go. Yes, a Minecraft god. Yep. Instantly falls. Yep.
See, here's the thing. It's called fake it till you make it. And it always works.
Yeah.
If you have confidence in yourself, then everyone else will have confidence in you. Even if it's not real.
Now look at that. Look at that. You just didn't have any confidence in you, and then it backfired.
Or I get really good luck when I talk bullshit.
I mean, you could try it again. I went to resub and he was miles ahead. Yeah. And I, like, not gonna lie, I 100% did not doubt that he was gonna be miles ahead.
I'm gonna go back and watch that though. I need to see how my incredible skill looked.
Are you sure about that?
I'm 100.
Alright, I'm waiting for your glow to just get even smaller. Come on, Cootie, you can do it! You got this, Cootie. You're so skilled.
Hey, so you know that means puns passed me, right?
Yep.
I gotta go trip.
Just tripping everyone. Oh wait, Cootie, hold on. Wait. Go this way. Follow. This way. Water. The water levels are so much fun.
Nice.
Yeah. Hey, there we go.
Shut up. I actually do
Can't
not
spell.
like the sound. Is this any fun? Oh.
No. No. I had to remember which one it was. No. That one's not fun. Can't spell, but it's 4 a.m., so it's fine. It's okay, Carrie. Also, are you sure that you don't want to go to sleep though? Because, you know, with it being 4 a.m., I think sleep would be a very good idea for you. Bruh. Yo, let's go. Cooties ahead.
See that.
E. There we go.
Noise.
Yeah. Oh, and then have fun with this one, by the way.
Pretty simple.
No, oh, fine then. I see how it is. Also, I just realized that the hoppers are on fire.
The hoppers.
The hopper's over here. I'm on
Oh.
fire now.
Okay, that was so close.
Sleep deprived gang swaying, staying strong.
I have so much confidence. I was just kidding.
Oh.
Yeah, I was definitely kidding with that. No,
What about
thank
this one?
you.
Just no. Are you sure?
I mean, wait, the gate's right there.
Mhm.
No, these are the chains!
I was waiting for your reaction on that. Are you sure you don't want to go over there, Cootie?
I am 100% sure.
I need to stop laughing.
I didn't realize it was the chains until I was there.
Yep. It was very, very perfectly timed, by the way. Just you were falling and then, it's the chains! Oop! Nope, there we go. To death.
I gotta beat Vale. Ha!
Hey. Let's go, you did it! Nice. And I'm pretty sure
Beat
you...
Vale. Look at
Yeah.
that.
Nice. Then I'm pretty sure you can access the next one. See,
Ooh,
that
I got a
was
quest
number
log.
2. Ooh, nice.
I'm still level 1?
Yeah,
Which one?
it does
This
take
one?
a while to level up and everything.
Course 4? I got monies.
Money!
Wanna do?
Money, money, money.
Wait, how do I...
There we go. So, what is the farthest one that you can activate now?
This one.
Cool. Just going through all the courses. Ooh! This one, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yes! Also, it's slime, so do not hold space when you jump. Oop. Ayy. Got a little bit at an angle. Nice.
I got nice, nice,
Gaming,
nice,
gaming, let's go. Oh.
bad, nice, nice. I am so skilled. Look at me go. I'm so trying hard not to cuss.
Okay, you can swear, I don't care.
Okay, cool.
It's just that I don't like to swear at my streams, even though there have been a few
Fuck.
times where I kinda caught myself.
Nice, nice.
Nice, nice.
Freaking skilled. Look at this.
Hey yo,
Holy
look at
crap.
you go. Look at you go.
Oh, I don't like this. Oh, wait. This
It's pretty
seems pretty simple. It's just the flags get in the way.
Yep. It
Oh, that's all they
disorientates.
are.
Yep.
Oh, okay, okay.
Just disorientates you a little bit.
Okay, okay, okay. Okay, 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 okay. I'm gonna try to do this in one smooth go.
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
Shh, shh.
You got this, Cootie, I believe.
I am trying not to let the toxic gamer come out of me.
It's okay, Cootie. You just gotta be mindful of what you say because streaming.
I know,
But you
it's
can
easy
still
to
swear.
do it in Ark because I can kill you. I can eat you with my dinosaur, but I can't eat you in a dinosaur. Not you, but I can't eat people on a in a. Okay, okay, okay. I got this.
You got this, you got this. The next one's really easy too. Or the next one's really easy. Like easier than this one here.
If we ever come across a Neo, I'm going to scream.
I think you're good. I don't think there's many Neos in this in MCC. I don't know 100% though.
But at least I'm not. Who hit me? Who are you?
Oh
What's
my
your
god,
name?
it's Puns. Puns just passed again.
Was he the one that hit? Oh my god.
Possibly, maybe. Why? Why is he following? I don't like this.
I'm gonna unsub from him. This is ridiculous. This is called picking on the non-gamer and okay.
Mhm. Also, I'm pretty
Okay,
sure
okay.
just a more accurate term is just picking on the elderly.
Wow! Wow! Whoa! You took that knife and dug it straight in my chest. Wow!
I'm sorry, Cootie.
I don't know how this friendship is gonna continue after that attack. What the heck?
I'm sorry. We love her. Forgive me. I'm sorry.
Okay. What do I do? Do I go?
No.
Where do I go?
No, Cootie. You just go straight. You don't do any angles or anything. You just go literally straight.
This is amazing. I'm having such a good time.
Uh-huh. Are you gonna teleport? It feels like you're gonna teleport soon.
I saw someone. I heard someone hit again, but they fell behind me. I don't know who it was. I'm gonna.
Oh my god, it was puns again.
Called bullying.
You got this, Kitty. Simply having a wonderful practice time. Yeah! It's wonderful practice time.
Wonderful practice time.
Wonderful.
I left the game! No, I didn't. Oh my god, I thought I did. I'm now in practice mode. How do I get out of that?
You see the two arrows where it's like yellow and blue?
It took me back to the start.
So, me thinks that we should ignore the bonus stages for a tiny bit. just a tiny bit.
I hit my mouse a little too hard.
Just a tiny bit. An itty bitty amount, some would say.
Don't worry, I got this. I got amazing skill. I'm amazing at Minecraft.
Mm-hmm. You got this, Cootie. You just have to remember that both jumping and crouching are both separate options.
It's because I'm not using CurseForge.
Is it just specifically that?
Yeah, and I'm not in the correct skin, so.
What would be the correct
My
skin?
correct skin.
Just out of curiosity.
Blonde with a red coat.
Okay, so Vash then.
Yeah.
That's fair. Let's go, the next one is easy.
Freaking.
Yee, the next one is... Oh no.
What?
It's just easy. You just have to keep on going and jumping. You got this, Cootie.
In all honesty, I'm like none of this is. I'm not seriously angry at any of this. I'm having a great time. Like
Hey.
seriously.
Hey, there we go.
It's just funny to act upset.
Yeah, no, I get that. Although generally, sometimes I can't really tell if you're actually mad though. I'm sorry.
Oh no. If I was actually mad, I'd no. Wait.
Aw. Yeah, it's this. Meow. Oh, the next one is also ladders where you just hold up and jump. You got this. Try to look down if you can. Just to make sure you're timing your jumps right. Hey, there we go. And then just up and jump.
This.
Slimes again.
What?
You have to go to the side to get the ice. I'm sorry, I should have warned you.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's a lot going on.
Oh. I see. Oh.
Oh.
Hey. No.
I mean, you almost got it. Kinda. Kinda.
Now, so what's that song that goes okay, and it's it says la 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 too. What's that song called?
I don't know. Hold on.
You know what song I'm talking about, though, right?
Yeah, I do.
I
you
have
have to go-
that song and Wonderful Christmas Time stuck in my head, playing at the same time.
Okay. We are having a
Yeah.
wonderful Christmas time.
Okay, hold on. Let me
Mhm.
let me get serious. Puns, go away.
So sorry. You know, you're good. You're good. No worries, UA.
No, it's funny.
I wonder if this person knows that Punz is no longer here.
Mm. I feel like they will come back to bully some more, though.
Probably. If anything, I just think Punz is just kind of speeding through every single parkour thing.
Yeah.
Hey, there we go.
Okay.
Now be careful.
Okay.
You go to the slime and then the ladders.
What is?
You just hop down. You have to hop down. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, fancy.
Yeah.
This looks like Barb.
Oh, definitely, yeah. So this one is just side to side. Whee. Whoop.
I saw that. Haha, you fail.
And yet you're still behind me.
Like, it's known that I'm going to, but like,
To be fair, I tend to fall a lot though. 5 a.m. with me being slightly sleep deprived, also known as sleepy beyond, which should count as awake. Oh no. Yue, are you sure it might be a good idea, Yue, to just kinda go to sleep? It might be a good idea.
the missile is EP.
The missile is EP.
You seen that? You know what I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking about, yeah.
Okay.
No,
I had
well then.
I
see.
showed my sister's friend. They didn't know what it was.
Mhm.
And now she's like, that's dumb. That's a dumb meme. And I was like, that's the point. It's the point. That's the
It's-
point of every meme.
It's supposed to be dumb. No, I'm stubborn. I'll stay awake. Yue, I'm not gonna lie. I'm planning on streaming for a few more hours. It might be a good idea to get sleep. Oh, hey, Cootie, it's this one again.
Nice. Nice.
Now we're Longvale stream. Yeah!
Nice.
Mostly because I feel bad for not streaming yesterday, and I was supposed to stream a bit earlier today, but that didn't kind of work out. I took a nap. And so, Yue, I promise, there will be the VODs, but the VODs won't have any music. So it might be a good idea just to go to sleep for now. Also, Carrie, I'm looking at you too. I'm looking at you too. I know where your time zone is. And you get smiled at by me. Yeah, you also get smiled at by Carrie if you're a VOD watcher. Nice. There we go. The motorcycle, hello? Oh, yep, that's the time again. Yep. Same dude. Hey, nice. Are you sure you want to try it? Just the
I'm
contemplation.
100% good.
Just the contemplation. Like, no.
Do I want to pull my hair out?
Let's see. Do I want to be permanently bald or do I want my hair?
Do I want to be like Fitz? No, not Fitz.
Fit MC of 2B2T.
Fit. Yeah. Fit MC. Do I want to be like Fit MC?
Do you want to be like Fit MC of 2B2T?
Bald with a child.
Yep. No. Bruh.
Ah, I be there. Let's go. Oh.
Bruh.
Oh.
Oh yeah, this one. Best of luck. Go to sleep, I guess. You probably like on Sunday for fun activity. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. Have a good sleep, UA. I hope you get some good sleep. There we go. Also, don't ask how I got up there, I don't know.
Called cheats. I saw the hats.
I do not cheat. You can just hop on the glass from the taller one back there. You have a good
Called
sleep, UA.
hats.
I would never.
Good night, good night.
I would never cheat. And then if you want, you can just hop on the glass. I guess you missed your chance. No glass for you.
No glass for me.
None. There we go. Oh no, you did not. Good night, UA.
Honey sounds so gross.
Oh no, absolutely. 100%. Oh.
Passing me. I'm gonna trip you! Is that someone passing?
Yeah, someone passed you.
All I saw was Fluff. And they're in a dinosaur costume.
Okay, Cootie, you wanna go for the middle one?
Why? What is it? No! Never!
Never again. Never again. Whoop! Nope, I jumped too much.
Saw that. Oh, I'm gonna be Vale!
Yeah, let's go. Okay, Cootie. Next one. Just the slow turn around. I saw you. Okay. Now go to the one that you can reach next. Oh boy, here's puns again. Oh, Cootie, wait, this one, yes.
You sure?
Yeah. Water.
Oh.
You go really fast.
Okay. Oh, okay, that's easy.
Yeah. Very easy. Yeah, there we go. Also, good luck with this one, by the way.
Oh my god. Oh my. Almost. How do you do that? How do you do that one? What the heck?
You have to like kind of go at like a slight angle and then kind of turn into it.
Oh, okay.
Also, jumping does help. Just the silence.
I'm gonna push you.
How can you do that? I'm nowhere near you, Cootie. How can you push me when I am nowhere near you? Oh.
Just wait. Oh my goodness.
If
Oh
you-
my. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's why I said best of luck on this one.
I am jumping.
Oh.
I'm gonna give my character permanent angry eyebrows.
Just permanent angry eyebrow. and just 2 little pixels above each eye. Just to really, just to really, make sure that people know that you're mad. That you are not to be trifled with.
What? Why is he not jumping?
I think it's because you're a little bit too close to the edge, Cootie, so when you go forward to jump, you end up falling off. Try to back up a little bit. And then angle, and then jump and turn in. Yeah! There we go!
Oh my god.
You got this,
I
you
feel
got
like
this!
I'm about to fail. I mean, no, I'm not. I'm not gonna fail.
No, you're not, you're skilled! Yeah!
Minecraft god.
Let's go. Cootie, that's not how you do that. You don't do it that way.
How do you do it? This way?
Yeah, you just have to be on like the last step and then jump over to the next one.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't think with the bottom stairs you can't really go anywhere.
Then why do they have it down there?
To trick people.
Oh, is it feet?
Yeah, it's like if you look at them, like if you jump on
Okay.
this one,
Are
Cootie,
they
and
birds?
then they're dolphins.
Oh, oh, it's a tail.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they're like flippers.
And that's supposed to be. Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whoop. Hold on just one moment.
I'm gonna pass fail. Watch this. I'm gonna go pass fail. I beat. I beat Vale. I can't believe this.
Yeah. I saw that. How dare you beat me, SMH? What the heck? I was distracted. How could you?
Called get good.
You're gonna fall on this one. Predictable. Predicted it.
I'm gonna trip you.
I'd like to see you try. Oh shoot, you did. You tripped me. How could you? SMH. What the heck? I saw you fall. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Hey, also good luck with this one too, by the way.
Skills. Is this easy?
Yep.
I
Yeah.
say as I die.
It's easy. Oh, I say as I die too. What the heck?
Meow.
Meow.
Call me Lightning McQueen. Oh.
Yeah, no, the second to last vine is not needed, but the other one is kinda is. Last one. Oh.
All of those were just warm-ups.
Yeah. Oh, but that one. The silence. Come on, Cody, the next one's easy. Oh.
Okay.
So, I think your problem there is that you jumped a little bit too many times. Hey, there we go. Oh.
You said I jumped too many times and I did.
Yeah, let's
Nice.
go. And then hold and jump.
water.
Well, nope, there we go. I forgot how to do this one, even though it's been a bit. Oh no, I see. I think. Oh. Hey, Cootie.
Almost.
Cootie. Cootie.
I
Cootie.
can't look at you.
Cootie, you must.
Okay.
Uh-huh. Yep. And then up, and then red. Red? No. No, 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 no. There we go. Oh. Nice. There we go.
Green.
Very nice. Oh, did I just leave you behind? Whoop, sorry.
Leave me behind. I just let you have a head start.
Uh-huh.
See?
Yep, yep.
This is exactly my plan. It was my plan the whole time. That was also part of my plan.
Mm-hmm. Was that a
That
part of your plan
wasn't.
as well? Oh, okay.
No, that one wasn't.
Oh, gotcha, gotcha. What
I
about that one?
sneezed. I sneezed. I keep sneezing. I think I am
Oh, well,
having allergies. That was also allergies.
you know, I think you have like the quietest sneeze I've ever heard.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. They're
Also just-
super. See, that one was super quiet too.
Also just so very talented, just being able to talk while still sneezing. Wow. Wow. I could
What
barely
can I
tell you were
say?
sneezing.
I'm just really gifted
Mm-hmm.
in more than one way.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Are you sure about that?
see?
Mm-hmm. Okay, I was gonna
See?
laugh so hard if you just fell. I'm not
I was
gonna lie.
laugh too. I was gonna laugh too.
I would have laughed so hard.
How?
I don't know. I
I
just kind of zoned out.
sneezed.
You sneezed, yeah? Mm-hmm.
Who's passing me? What's your name? I'm gonna block you.
It's the only other person
Ren-
on here. It's the only other person on here, Cootie.
Randolphin, you're done.
Your days are numbered.
Your days are numbered.
Oh, Cootie, you don't have to go to the top of that, by the way. You could, jump from the, slab. No.
Is that one easy?
No. Nope.
I will take your word on that. Oh, that was embarrassing.
Yeah, I think I kind of saw that one, yeah.
I didn't see any.
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't see anything.
Nothing was seen. Just blind. Oh.
Easy mode.
Hmm? I turned
sneezed.
around just as you fell. You know, you're sneezing a lot today. Are you sure you probably should go see a doctor or something?
It's the dust from the. It's the dust falling from the ceiling. There's a giant hole in my ceiling.
Yes, just the just the new sunroof.
The new sunroof.
A new sunroof, let's go. Ew. Yo. Hey, Cody, do you want to do the hard one?
I wanted.
This one's medium. This one's hard over here.
Is it easy?
I'll let you decide about that.
Is that ducks? Oh, those are bees. Wait, did that say?
Oh, it's a
No, I don't want to do it.
challenge by this person, yeah.
No. Do you know who this is? Do you know who this is? No, I don't want to do that.
Who is that, Cody? I don't know what you mean. Who is that?
A very bad Minecraft player. That's who that is.
Oh.
Oh. I
Who-
love their videos though.
Hey.
Oh, a beef out!
Let's go. All right, you know what this calls for, Cody? You know what this calls for?
What?
New course.
New course.
Yeah. Okay, which one can you access now?
At 5. This is 6.
Mhm.
Oh.
Did you enter course 6? I want to double check. Oh, here you are. Oh, that one's fun though. Man.
Oh, we can do it.
Oh, okay. I don't know if it'll be fun for you though, cause it can be irritating sometimes.
You know,
Uh-huh.
after doing all of this, my character is not gonna have ankles from all of the ankle breaking noises I've been hearing.
Yeah, no, your character will have like no ankles. Just no more ankles.
Ankles gone.
Ankles gone. Replaced with machines. No bones. Oops.
Oh,
Let's go. Oh.
stupid dolphin.
Don't call the dolphin stupid. SMH, they're trying to help. They're helping you get across.
Neither. I beat this from.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah! There we go. Alright, now over here. Remember this one?
I do.
There are only 2 ladders now. Nice. See, you're getting it! You're doing it! Oop.
Talk about a burst.
Bruh.
Just kidding.
If I could punch you, I would. Talk about embarrassing.
Oh, if I could punch you, I would.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. I saw
No,
the
that
chance
was
and I
really
had to
funny.
take it.
Just a bit of banter. Oh my god.
Oh, Cody, what are you doing behind me? Weren't you in front of me?
I sneezed.
You know, you should probably see a doctor about the allergies. They're sounding like they're pretty severe.
I know. I have to chill. In today's episode, figure out how Cootie lost their mind.
No one knows for sure. Oh, let's go. Nice.
Easy.
Hey, and then this one's pretty easy too over here. Oh, nope, there we go.
Welcome
Oh,
to
nope,
the
there we go.
verse. Oh.
You got this.
These are Neos, aren't they?
Maybe. Possibly. Maybe.
Too bad I'm
Jeez.
skilled. I am double skilled at Neos.
Mhm.
It was all a trick to be. Definitely skilled. Look.
Mhm. Oh yeah, I'm watching, sorry.
Oh, I took out my scroll. It's like my hand knew.
Mm-mm.
See? So skilled.
Yep, yep, yep. Ah, so
Ah!
skilled.
So skilled.
Yo, you know that you can just like kind of walk on the blocks, right, Goody? You don't take damage.
I am doing. Screw the right race. Screw the right. Skilled. Oh my god, no!
I'm just waiting for you to just teleport back. Oh. Yeah.
Woo! Hallelujah. Oh, can I tell you something that's been irritating me, but I can't help it?
Depending on if
So-
it's stream safe.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
I wouldn't trust me. I wouldn't do anything.
Hmm?
But
Ah.
I tend to repeat stuff from what I hear, right?
Yeah,
Do you know
vocal stim.
how? Do you know how on TikTok, there's all these. I was almost there. Okay,
Yeah, uh-huh. Continue. You're doing really
there's
well.
all these AI characters on TikTok. So it's people pretending to be AIs.
Oh,
and
yeah.
when someone gives them something, they act it out.
Hmm. Yeah?
And I've been repeating what they're saying. Like, I'll just be by myself and I'll be like, gang gang, gang gang. And I
Yeah.
can't do this in public. Because people will be like, are you okay? And I'm gonna be like, define the word okay. Oh my god. Because if it's playing Parkour Warrior, then no.
Goody, you know that those are called vocal stems? That what you're doing? I know that I have quite a few vocal stems. You know what
No,
you're
I
doing.
didn't know that.
I know. What you do is that's completely normal, especially since you're neurodivergent, not
Oh.
not neurotypical. A lot of people do it. The people who do it tend to have either ADHD or autism usually. Mostly autism?
Well, my sister told me something today, and
Uh-huh.
I think I might go to the doctor about it.
Oh?
But my mother was diagnosed with bipolar,
Mm-hmm.
and she said bipolar is hereditary because my sister was diagnosed with bipolar.
Mm.
And then my sister's like, because I told her, I was like, I think I might go to the doctor and like see if they can diagnose me with anything, because I have been diagnosed with ADHD.
Mm.
Because of like all of the tests I've took. Did you actually know? All of the tests and everything, I've showed you my test results. They're like, yeah, you pretty far on that spectrum.
Like, yeah, you're pretty autistic. Yeah,
But
you
then
have autism. Also,
she's
do you
like,
want?
nah, I'm so close. And she's just like,
Sure.
you also need to go get tested for bipolar. Because she
Oops.
thinks I might have, what's it called? What did she say it was? Oh my god, I forgot what she called it.
Something to do with depression or?
Yes. Depression bipolar? I don't know exactly how she worded it, but she said something like that.
Mhm.
Because she was diagnosed with it. And I was like, everything you're saying to me makes a lot of sense. Because if I can get diagnosed with it, that means I can get medication. If I can get medication, that will help me do my job way so much better.
Hey.
Okay. No!
I just saw the particles.
I thought I had it down. I did not.
I mean, you almost got it. You were there. Also, it's easier to go on the glass panes.
Oh.
You just have to be very careful. Hey, there we go. Okay, for this one, hold space when you hit the slime. Where'd you go?
That's a good question, Vale.
Oh, no, there you are. I see you. You know, staying on the glass panes is easier, so that you don't have to worry about the space in between. Hey, there we go.
Wait, my auto jump isn't on, is it?
You might want to double check that.
No, it's not. I'm just very heavy fingered. Very heavy handed. Ah! The heck?
Remember to hold space on the slime, Scooty. There we go. Yay, you got it!
Oh, that one looks easy.
Okay. I'm just gonna go right here. I'm just gonna watch.
Okay, hold on. You just have to study it.
Mhm.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you almost got it. Oh, shoot.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I almost made it.
Ooh, you almost got it. Oops.
But the thing about those TikToks is I can't stop watching them.
Mm. So hyper fixated on it then. Whoops.
Well, I mean, I'm not too sure because I don't want to watch it, but I want to watch it.
Mhm.
Okay, no, I can't do this.
I did warn you, Cootie.
That takes too much brain power.
Too much brain power.
Something I am not adapted for.
Fat. It's okay.
Oh, by the way, there's something I've been wanting to send you,
Mhm.
but I just keep forgetting to do it.
Oh.
But there's this TikTok account that tells Reddit stories.
Ooh,
But
okay.
these Reddit stories, or I don't even know if they're actually Reddit stories, but they're just stories
Mm.
of how people um think think other alien life would react to humans. So it's not told in the point of view of humans though.
Mm.
It's told in the point of view of other aliens.
Mm.
And normally these aliens aren't like, the scary ones that we perceive in movies.
Mm.
But they're just like they I think my favorite ones are when they say that cats are actually an alien species and they're like super hostile and super what are they? What's the word? Super
Aggressive?
aggressive
Yeah.
and just extremely dangerous.
Mhm.
They say that cats are an alien race. There was one where cats are an alien race and they banished them to the planet Earth,
Uh-huh.
but Earth didn't have humans at the time, so that they were banished to that planet, and then of course we uh
Humans came about?
yeah, humans came about, fell in love with the cats because they're cats. How can you not fall in love with cats?
Oh, dude,
Anyway,
I know, right? Cats.
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 Uh, and then it's about how there was it was told in the point of view of a specific alien who was tasked with keeping track of the alien life form for the cat.
Mm.
And he's like, what's the status report on those on they called them something else, but they didn't call them cats.
Mm.
And they're like, well, there's this new species on the planet called humans who seem to be what is it, living beside, I can't think of words today. It's like living beside them, or
Yeah.
oh my god. But yeah, and they're like, how scary can humans be in order to live with cats? And they're like, no, they don't live with cats. Cats are their pets. And it's just constant stories like that.
Uh-huh.
Oh, and there's this one I absolutely loved it. It was so, I think it was cute,
Mhm.
but it was how what do you call it when you go to a different country and
It's not what you expect.
no, you get like a okay, so um they had it's not told in the point of view of humans, but it's told in the point of view of this alien species who was like, we found a new planet with sentient beings, and they're more aggressive than humans, they're more deadly than humans, and we don't even want to go near them because they're so scary.
Mm.
Why don't we have the new species, a representative from Earth, a human, go meet with them? And the human's just like all nonchalant. And he's like, why do I have to do this? I don't want to do this. Why can't you just do it? And they're like, because we're totally scared of this dude. They're even more evil than you. And he's like, what? Okay, what's a picture of him look like? And so they give him a picture, and he's like, oh my god, I want to meet this. I want to meet a representative from this planet. And they're like, how can you be excited to meet them? And he's like, trust me, everyone on Earth is going to love them. And I'm like, okay.
Uh-huh. I want to meet this species now.
Yeah, so they want to meet the species.
Mm.
And he's like, he goes and meets a representative from it. And they're like, trust me, everyone on Earth's gonna love you. You look exactly like a dragon.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
So I was like, yeah.
It could be. Sure, you don't want to try that one? The hard one?
Which one?
This one? Just the silence. The silence.
Don't judge me.
I have said nothing. My lips are sealed. I say nothing.
But I want to send you a TikTok from one of the accounts. That way you can just listen and look through all the accounts because they're some of them are really funny and then some of them are just super cute because I'm not gonna lie, if I was to take everyone's if you were to look at people and don't look at their toxic traits, I'm not gonna lie, humans are such a cute species. Humans are like, they adopt other creatures and that's just adorable to me.
To be fair, we emphasize with non-sentient objects.
Yeah, we give non-sentient objects personalities too.
Yep.
Don't you think that's just adorable?
Yeah. As long as
If
you
you look
ignore
at
everything else.
yeah, if you
Humans
look
are
at
cutie
people
patootie.
from
So true.
if you look at humans from a cute perspective, like they're just adorable.
Never mind the fact that our eyes are on like the front of our face, so therefore we are predators.
Oh yeah.
Because prey all have eyes on the side of their heads, so that they can see everything easily. Good, you know what this means?
I'm level 2.
Yee. Guess what?
The
New course.
hold on, I got a new level. That means I get something, right?
Depending on what level.
I'm level 2.
Ooh, nice. I think I had to wait until level 5.
Okay. Wait, I can't do this.
Where are you?
I can't do level 7.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. You, come here. Okay,
Yeah, it says JoJo medals required. I have 82 out of 85.
so you know what that means, Cootie. You have to go to a previous course and complete some bonus courses in order to unlock the last one. Which one will you do?
Is this one that was easier?
Unsure. I'll have to wait and see. Oh yeah, you didn't. Oh, you have to go to the side, Cootie. Don't worry about going fast right now, Cootie. Just take your time. Yay, there we go. Oh.
You know, I've always thought that too. I'm like, humans are just cute. But then in my head, it doesn't sound bad. But when you say it out loud, people will be like, you know, that's kind of creepy. And I'm like, yeah, but don't look at it from a creepy perspective. Look at it as we're a predator species and we adopt anything that moves.
Yep. Even if it doesn't move, we still adopt it.
Even if it wants to kill us.
Yeah. Yeah. There we go.
We will
Also,
adopt it
be careful, you have to
and
jump here. There you go.
and give it unconditional love. Like, I don't. That's a cute idea. That's a cute thought.
Yeah. There we go. You could try this one, but as you said that you had 82 out of 85, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so just need to complete at least one bonus or one other bonus course if you don't want to complete this one. And you have 6 others, or at least 2 others.
Pretty easy.
Mm-hmm.
If you stripped away humans' intelligence to a money level, it would succeed so much. I'm not sure what that means. Okay. I was like, oh, I think money's the problem with people.
Yeah, no, money is definitely the issue with a lot of people. Remember, Cootie, you can. There's other bonus courses to do as well. If you don't want to do this one.
I mean, this seems pretty simple. I say.
You say, and then you fall.
No, you're fine.
You're good, Gary.
Yeah.
Again, you are sleep deprived and should probably get some sleep.
Have you listened to do you know the band the Duressant Dolls?
I don't believe so, because an issue with me is that I don't really pay attention to band names, only songs.
Mhm. Okay. I've had this song stuck in my head.
Mm-mm. Is it the different one other than It's a Wonderful Christmas Time?
Yeah.
I'm sleep fulfilled.
No deprivation here.
Carrie. Wait, hold on. Hold on, I'm gonna stare at this wall. Carrie. Doubtful. Very, very doubtful. I'm pretty sure you are very sleep deprived. Yeah, I will stare right back at you there. I see you there.
I'm gonna have to go to the store after this and buy my sister a charger for her phone.
Did the other one break?
I think she left it somewhere, and I'm not gonna go to that place and get it.
Oh, gotcha.
There's
Funny
a
seeing you here.
24-hour convenience store down the road.
Okay.
Funny seeing you here.
Yeah, I see you, Carrie. I see you with the scroll. Are you gonna? Yep. And you teleported.
It's simple enough.
Yeah. And then just have to do one more bonus course. Whoop.
Is this different or the same? No, this is the same.
Same. Yeah. You got this, Cootie. Oh, technically 2 more, maybe? Possibly more. There we go. How did... I'm hungry, but my house is no breakfast food. No. No. You need the breakfast food.
I think I've done this one.
Yep.
I just need to do it again?
Mhm.
Oh, it counts? We'll find out.
Yes and no. I don't remember. Hey, there we go. Oh yeah, you have to complete this one. I don't know. I don't remember if you completed it. I have a feeling with your reaction that you did not complete it.
In my inventory!
That's not a button that you should press, Cootie. There's no need to open the inventory here.
It's the button to press.
I gotcha. Oops. 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 New drinking game. Drink water every time Cootie or I fall in this VOD. Just kidding, please don't. You will need to go to the hospital afterwards. You will drown.
You will drown.
You will indeed drown. Oh, nope, there we go. There's another one. At the very least, maybe take like a shot of water. Or just like a tiny bottle cap worth of water.
A sip.
A sip. Okay,
Don't
but it'd
worry,
be funny.
You'll get your gallons. You'll get your gallons in by taking sips.
Yeah. Slowly but surely. I need to move. There we go.
It would be funny. So you get to the hospital and they'd be like, "Why did you drink so much water?" So I'm watching them play Parkour Warrior
and then just went
it
to
was
like
a-
illegally buy a drink. Don't, please, no, Carrie.
Oh, can I brag about my sister for a minute?
Yeah.
Okay. So my sister was told that she was not going to be able to have a baby.
Mm.
And so she had a baby.
Mm.
And the pregnancy made her gain a lot of weight.
Mm.
Like it was getting really dangerous.
Mm.
Well, she had to get surgery done to help it.
Mm.
And it was the beginning of this year.
Mm.
And she has lost, I think, a total of 110 pounds.
Hey, nice.
And she's looking so pretty.
Yo.
And I'm just so proud of her.
Yeah, let's go. That's a lot. Also, 1 year until Carrie can legally buy drinks. Oh no. Yeah, but no, that is awesome.
Because she just doesn't look like the same person.
Mm.
Because she lives. What happened? Oh.
You've died.
Because she lives in Wisconsin.
Mm.
So the last time I saw her, she was really big.
Mm.
And I haven't seen her since. So she's coming down shortly.
Mm.
And it's just a completely different person.
Oh wow. Very impressive though.
Don't tell her I'm bragging about her though.
I won't, I won't. It's very cool.
I'm gonna start crying.
Oh no, Cody! Are you gonna start crying because of your sister or because of the parkour?
Yes.
Oh no! Cootie, please!
Crazy?
That was crazy once.
I was crazy once.
They locked me in a room. A
They
room,
locked me in a room.
a rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats make me crazy.
Crazy? I was crazy once. They made me do parkour warrior. I had to stand on little blocks. Little blocks make me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once.
Never do parkour.
Are crazy. My stream started buffering for the first time.
Let's get whoopsies. Amazing.
It was all part of the plan.
All according to plan.
You looking so smug over there.
No. I don't know what you mean. This is just how my face is. I'm simply just watching.
I'm gonna be the world's expert after I'm done with this.
The best one at parkour.
Crazy if you will. Oh.
Amazing. That's right, that's fair.
I'm gonna enable
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna enable something.
What would that be?
Pathfinder.
Just quickly enable Pathfinder on this part alone. Just so you can get through it and not have to suffer anymore. I heard that. Did you just like smack the keyboard or smack your desk?
My hand hurts.
Oh no, Cootie.
Ha!
Now take your time. Take your time, Cootie. Take your time. Take your time. Take your time.
Oh my god, I know why it's so hard.
No, this is the next one. This is the next one. This person created the next one, Cootie. You look like you just don't want to leave that spot. I'm okay. Everything's okay.
Who created this? Who created this course right here? Is there a name?
There
I don't
is, yeah.
see.
It's at the beginning, though.
I'm gonna go look later and see who I need
Oh,
to
no, wait,
block
hold on.
on
Okay,
Twitter.
hold on, stop. Wait, no, Cootie. Cootie, turn around. There should be another person. That's who created it.
I don't see them. That
Um,
means, you know who that means?
what does that mean?
That means Nox Crew made this.
Oh, yeah, probably.
I'm gonna block them on Twitter. I mean X. I'm gonna block them on X. That sounds so dumb.
It does. I think they're already changing it, or in the process of changing it. Back again.
You know why they can't take out Twitter?
Hmm.
Because it's such a staple that in city skylines, you
Yeah.
have Twitter. And it tells you about what citizens think of your city. Like, so they can't get rid of Twitter because it's literally in other video games.
Yeah, they really can't. No.
I'm okay.
Are you sure? He sounded very quiet there. And is very defeated.
Perfectly fine.
Uh-huh. They can't get rid of it because it's in City Skylines. Exactly, exactly. Real. Real. So real. It's very real, yeah. Mm-mm.
I did that without stopping.
Yo, oh.
Okay.
Uh-huh. Why do I have a feeling that I'm gonna log on to MCC Island at like the early morning and then press tab
See
and
me at
then
the
just
top
see
of the
you
scoreboard?
and just see you online.
Hey! For what? Oh,
Could you know that there are other courses that you can get more medals from? We don't have to do this one if you don't want.
it will be done.
Oh. Oh. Let's go! Are you sure you want to do the next one, Cootie?
What is this?
You go this way, that way, this way.
The stream changed. Yes.
Yeah, oh no, absolutely. Like,
One with a sore pinky.
just a sore pinky and bruised pride. Yeah, what's up? What's up? Hi. How are you? Oh! I've done it. Yeah, what's up? Oh. Sneezing, not fun. Ow. I feel like I should fear, but I don't know. Wanna know my messed up hand placements for MCC? Or MC? Sure. I guess, yeah. I think Cootie is like full on sweat mode right now, so I don't think we're gonna hear anything from Cootie for a bit. So close. For context, I use keyboard with my right hand and mouse with my left. Okay. Yeah.
Ooh,
Okay.
that sounds difficult.
Wait, keyboard with right, mouse with left?
Hold on. Let me do the L trick. Where's my right hand?
Yeah.
Oh, I use. Yeah, that sounds difficult.
I also do that.
What?
That's how I play Minecraft. Or just games in general. Just keyboard is with right hand, mouse is with left.
What?
Yeah. That is how I do. That is how. What's that supposed to mean,
So
Cody?
you have a tactical vantage over me. That's what you're saying.
I don't know about that.
That's what it sounds like.
No, I just play the game differently than you.
Very differently. Ah!
The scream. You okay there, Cootie?
I almost made it!
Yeah?
This is actually really fun.
Yeah.
This one.
Yeah, just you just don't move, or you have to keep moving.
I almost made it.
Keep moving, Cootie. Thumbs for sprint, index changes between crouch, palm inside pinky for jump. Space. Oh, gotcha.
I
Yay,
use
that's
my
fair.
pinky. I use my pinky for sprint, and it's the caps button.
Oh no, Cootie, why is your sprint the caps button?
Cause that's as far as my pinky can reach.
Cootie, mine is like control.
That's too far. Oh my god, that's way too far.
No, I use like the knuckle. I don't use like the tip, I use the knuckle. That's how I
Oh,
can
that-
switch so quickly.
Oh, that sounds difficult.
I got over here before you did.
Tactical
Who's winning now?
advantage.
Bruh. Sprint is control and crouch is shift. Yeah. Yeah, no, same. Yeah. Yeah, crouch is shift. And then sprint is control. Yeah.
Tactical advantage.
Bruh. Let's go! Now I think we could ignore I think we could ignore like all the other bonus levels because I think you have enough now. You got so happy that you just went silent. You okay there, Cootie?
It tricked me.
Use it by my pinky knuckle for space. It's not fun though. That's fair. Hello, pink. Hello, hello. Nope. Yeah, I think you're a little bit too in the middle there, Cootie.
Okay, never mind.
Hello, pink. Oh. Wait, hold on. How long were we at that one?
The little dots?
Yeah.
Probably an hour.
Well, we'll just have to see how long this run is because there's a timer has been going since we started this course.
I did it though.
Yeah, you did it. Which is awesome.
I'm never do. I'm
Uh-huh.
I'm never doing it again.
I know that's fair. I still feel like I'm gonna log on here at like 6 a.m. my time and just see you on here just doing everything.
I will become a god.
You
My
become
name
a
will be
god.
on the top of every scoreboard
One day.
on every map.
Yes, yes, yes.
See?
Also, do you
Easy.
want to do
I
that
don't
one?
have to do that. Do I?
I mean, you can if you want to.
You laugh. But
No.
watch. It's always the underdog who gets the upper hand in the long run.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Oh. Oh, that laugh and distract. Never mind.
Laughing distracted you as well, apparently, Cootie.
Oh my god.
Okay, now do the next one then. The next one then.
Bet.
Uh-huh. Yeah. I need to stop laughing. It's making me fall too much.
It's a bit embarrassing if I say so myself.
Yeah. I'll see who's laughing in the end.
I will, because I'll beat it before you get here.
Uh-huh. You're still failing on the first part.
I was sneezing.
Are you sure? That sounded like a cough to me.
I mean, I was coughing.
No, hold on a second. You can't change just mid-thing. No. That's not how it works.
I tricked myself.
Uh-huh.
It was
Yeah.
gonna be a sneeze, but then it turned out to be a cough. You know, that happens.
Yep. Just, it happens.
It happens.
It happens.
Vale.
Yeah. How's it going? Yeah, Carrie, I know I was not doing too well. I was laughing too much. Did you just fall?
No.
Did you just fall off of this thing?
It was your imagination.
Uh-huh. So if I go back into stream, it'll just see you just still behind me and not moving.
No, that was probably a glitch or something.
Uh-huh. And whose fault would that be?
Anyway, so I liked to see moon and sun. That was pretty cool.
Uh-huh, yeah.
It made me feel bad for sun because they're just a guy.
Mm-hmm. What did you think about Eclipse?
Wait, who's Eclipse? Maybe I didn't watch it closely enough. Okay, I gotta go back.
Just gotta rewatch it.
The heck is Eclipse?
I know there's sun, moon, and eclipse.
I beat this before Val. Let's go!
I'm right behind you, Cootie. I'm right behind you,
No!
Cootie. You better run. You better run, Cootie.
Time
I'm
to-
right behind
Time
you.
to book it. Time to book it.
I'm right behind you, Cootie. You better run. You better go. It was a snuff, yeah. Probably. Better go, Cootie. Better go, Cootie. I'm right behind you. Oh.
Hear your footsteps.
No!
Fall!
No.
Dang it.
Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win? Are you trying to punch me?
Me?
Yeah?
No.
Yeah. So almost a half hour. Probably a good majority of that spent on the one climbing thing.
I need to watch the whole thing because as soon as you and Rice would like spammed that sun and moon was in ruin, I was like, oh my god, I gotta go look just exactly at that. And I did, but I didn't see Eclipse. Maybe I wasn't looking close enough.
No, I think at that point it was past that part. That's a good idea.
Wait,
Do
what
a new
am I
one?
doing? Wait, didn't I complete it?
I know. Eclipse is so sad.
Is Eclipse the one in between when you put the mask on?
Yes.
Oh.
No, yes and no. Can you access this one yet?
Yes and no?
Ooh. Yeah, no, it's both like yes and no. You okay there, Cootie?
Is Eclipse is the one asking for the reboot?
Nope, that's Sun.
It's Eclipse. Oh.
Eclipse pops up when you do the reboot. Oh.
It says thank you?
Mm-mm. That's Sun.
Oh, is Eclipse the one that says they need to tidy up?
Yep.
Oh. Oh, poor Eclipse. He's just a dude.
Yeah, he's just a little guy. So Cootie. This one's easy. You've done this one before. It's easy.
Oh,
Did you just fall?
no. It's a figment of your imagination.
Alright, sounds good. I don't know, I'm pretty sure I saw you fall there again, Cootie.
Nah.
All their friends have been torn apart, destroyed, or killed. They're alone, forever cleaning up the kind of way for kids to revive because they'll show up at some point, right? Aww. Yeah, no, that's really sad. Like, oh man.
Ah, that hurts my heart. I'm a fan. I'm a huge fan of robots,
Mhm.
and Sun and Moon were just too adorable. I think probably not the actual like Sun and Moon in the story, but I've read a lot of AUs,
Mm.
a lot of stories, and saw a lot of comics about Sun and Moon,
Mm.
and they're all super adorable, and
Yeah.
so it just makes me like them more. Oh my god.
Sun and Eclipse could have been trapped behind Moon for years. Oh no, absolutely, yeah. Oop, there we go. Oh no, Cootie, don't crouch, just don't hold forward. And just keep holding space.
It's the momentum.
Yeah, try going backwards. Like a tad bit backwards. Yep, okay.
You just passed me. What's your name? Cursed MC?
Oh, you almost got it.
Ugh.
We're a little bit too greedy there, Cootie.
I know. I did see, like, the desperation in Sun's voice was like, oh my god, please, help my boy, please.
Help the boy.
I was just like, oh no, Sun. I absolutely adore Sun.
Oh,
I'm going back too far.
that was just a tiny bit too far. Who's Cassie?
Isn't that, like,
That's the...
Gregory's friend?
Yeah, it's Gregory's friend.
Oh,
Oh, hey, hi,
who
Rice.
is this nerd?
Who's this nerd? What the fuck are you doing here?
I'm losing my mind.
For?
Parkour warrior.
Cootie's
Oh,
on
you're
MCC
playing?
Yeah, Cootie's on MCC Island, and I'm just kinda...
And I'm a god at this game.
They say is they were stuck on one part for 20 minutes.
Hold on, I'm jumping on.
There it
Because I was
says,
sneezing.
While I wait for Minecraft to load though, I'm gonna go take some melatonin because my EP time is in like 2 hours.
hey, gotcha. Oh, hey.
I gotta take the EP gummies or else I'm not gonna eat, and that's not good because I need to eat because I pulled an all-nighter earlier this week and I still haven't recovered.
Oh, uh-oh. No, definitely need sleep.
Almost forgot my light source.
Over there with you. Oops, who's that?
Don't know.
They all need to go away. Who are you? Quit showing your amazing skill. I mean, okay skill.
Hey, Cootie.
I don't see
Goody.
anything, Vale.
Cootie.
I don't see
Goody.
anything.
To be honest, I think you probably should have seen the floor there. No, I just wrote Connie static cast for some reason. All good. No worries, kitty. You know, with the same trick on that vine you do with this vine, or not. All right.
pull my hair out.
Mm-mm. You'll become bald, like Fit MC of 2B2T.
And then I can block the sun's rays back at the sun, and it explodes.
Mm-mm. Oh yeah, definitely. You can, yeah. Mm-mm.
I don't think that's how the sun works, personally.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Where did you learn that? School?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Exactly. Oh hey,
They're
here you are,
just
Rice.
feeding you the information they want you
Did
to
you just
think.
full name me, Vale?
No, I just said, oh hey, there you are, Rice.
I heard. I was like, oh, I heard. Oh, hey, white rice. I'm like, oh, I got full names.
No, I just said, I said, oh hey, there you are, Rice. There you are,
Nah.
Rice. I just said it really
Nah.
fast.
Nah,
Right.
that's not what I heard.
Also,
I
me
heard white
and
rice.
Egg were talking very long about work stuff. That was fun.
Hey.
Except Egg had to be really like discreet about it because I'm not like officially part of it. I was just like helping out.
Yeah, gotcha. So just like bare minimum details.
Are y'all
in
a party?
Yeah. I don't think I can do it right now. Wait, hold on. Slash. Can I do party? Party.
Me.
Ooh, here we go. Let's see. There we go.
Yeah.
Nice.
Just joined the party. Oh my god, a nerd.
Hey, don't say that.
Can you teleport us or no?
No, I have
Probably
to get
not.
the request.
Oh, gotcha.
Are you in a game or?
We're in the 7th course in Parkour Dojo thing.
You're not even playing Parkour Warrior Survivor?
To be fair, it has been about like 8 months since Cootie has played Minecraft, so I thought this was a good beginning.
Which one?
Number
7?
7. Yeah.
You're on the last one. Damn, okay.
Yep.
Is Cootie doing bonuses?
Mm-hmm.
Which bonus path?
We are currently on the first one still.
Alright, hold on. On my
That
way.
sounds so bad.
You're doing good, Cootie, I swear. You're doing
Oh,
very
I see
good.
you guys. Hold on, I'm on my way.
You better hurry, Cootie. You better hurry. You better run. You better
fuck,
hurry.
Hold on. I forgot how to do this jump. Give me a second.
Rice is on their way. You better hurry, Cootie. I see the glow of white rice.
What?
And I'm
Fuck.
I just see two glowing people. Just doing this last jump. I'm just here.
Ah, fuck.
Oh.
Whoop.
Oh.
Excuse me, game. I'd like to jump, please. Thank you.
Jumping would be good.
It would be. I agree.
Mm-mm.
Did you do this from jumping from this ledge or the higher one?
Higher one.
Higher one? Okay.
Yep, and then you do the same trick you did with the previous one. Or with the previous vine. Oh.
It's cause it like slides you forward.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So you have to like catch yourself.
Yep, you have to like really quick just it's like tap S.
Yeah, there we go.
Hey, nice. Are there good particles? I'm watching for the particles.
You got this, Cootie.
You got this. You got this.
If you want to, you can always use the teleport scroll to go back. You don't have to stay on this if you don't want to.
Yeah.
It's a mission now.
Alright, so they were stuck at one part in a previous on course 2 with the bonus. They were stuck on one of the bonuses for about
Oh my god, I
20
just
minutes
thought
or
that
so.
would be really fun.
Oh.
What if all 3 of us, one time every week, play through the Phoenix Wright games? And we like voice the characters and stuff?
Ooh, that would be fun.
We don't stream it, we just do it in our own time.
I would definitely I would
Because
definitely
I
be down
need
for
you
that.
guys to understand how fucking ridiculous this game is, and I've only seen one of them. Oh my god, Cootie, you were so close.
You almost
I
got a goodie.
know.
You got this.
I would love to
I'll give
play
you
the
a stick of
Phoenix
gum.
Wright game.
Oh,
How?
the gum.
I don't know. I'll like DoorDash it to you if you give me your address. I even know if that's how it works, like out of country. But hey,
I'm pretty sure.
Pretty sure it can. Just look at what Phil and Kristen did.
that is true. They did do that, didn't they?
Yeah, they got each other food.
And then Pizza Hut banned them.
Did they?
No wait, no, it was Domino's.
Domino's?
It was Domino's that banned Kristen.
Yeah.
Because she kept ordering so much food for Phil.
Yep.
In a
You were so close.
because Kristen was paying with American dollars.
Oh.
Yeah, which makes the food cheaper. I think.
Mm.
Wait.
I mean, hypothetically, I don't think so, unless the
No.
site lists it as like USD, but in the Great British Pound amount, if that makes sense. Like if it's
Well,
like
yeah.
35 Great British Pound, then it would be like, and then it listed it as 35 USD, then yeah, I guess. But I'm pretty sure it would convert it.
I'm pretty sure.
Plus, I'm surprised they didn't just like make Kristen pay the price of that and then added like a
Maybe it was
added
the
like a fee to it.
I was about to say maybe they were not. Maybe she was not charged a fee for the conversion, but they were.
Oh, maybe.
I mean, shouldn't they just add a conversion fee then?
That means their system would have to do it, and they wouldn't have foreseen an American buying a British person pizza
That's fair.
like
Mhm.
every week or something.
I'm actually pretty sure that was like almost every day, I think, or every time that they were able to just
Pizza
kinda
every
be
day?
together.
Jesus Christ.
Oh no,
Yeah.
not just pizza. Domino's has other stuff too, like pasta and stuff, and chicken.
Question mark?
I'm not too sure.
Let's
Oh! Oh my god!
Let's
okay.
go. Wee.
Whoop.
Rest zooming along.
I have to practice.
Yeah.
I have to be silly and goofy and silly. Ah,
Gotta-
fuck!
Gotta go
That
silly
is
goofy mode.
not hard for you.
Nope.
Thank you?
Like
That sounded
maybe?
like it's supposed to be like
It was an
instant
So-
ramen.
it was an insult comment.
Oh,
Yes.
Cootie, you're gonna
So
hate this one.
Yeah, Cootie does hate those ones.
And I just did it.
Nice.
Sounds like rice has become my worst enemy.
What?
What?
You are now my enemy.
Hold on, I need to add those to Discord. I'm actually gonna do that while I wait. Hold on.
Yeah, go for it.
I've only seen the memes of that game. I've never actually like.
Dude, it is fucking
amazing.
ridiculous. I've
Also-
like explained a singular mission to Vale in the second game. And then I didn't even go to how the murder actually happened. I just explained like what you deal with in the mission, and it is awful. It is literally like canon pedophilia, but you have to pretend like it's normal.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, no, it's just.
And
not good.
also, by the way, ghosts exist, and also a parrot can go up to the stand and
Yeah.
speak and like testify. That exists.
Uh-huh. Yeah, Carrie. In the second game, there's a very big uh-oh.
Wait, I didn't realize you were live. Whoops.
Oh, sorry. I thought you did. I'm sorry.
I didn't think you were still live. You were live. You've been live for a while.
I know it's been like 4 hours. Hold on. Once Cootie gets, okay, Cootie. If you get past this, I will stop being live. You must continue.
Oh. Oh my God, you're
Almost
doing so well.
finalized,
Oh my
yeah.
God. Yeah?
Ayo,
Yeah?
ayo, ayo.
No!
You got this, Cody.
I'm going to lose my mind.
You got this.
I'm gonna start talking in a British accent. What's all this then?
I know, Cody. I think you have to do like a heavy southern accent. I think that'll help.
A heavy southern accent. Alright, no problem there, buddy. Oh my god. In Jesus' name. Fuck.
Okay, so maybe the accents are really helping. Okay. Oh, Rice. Rice, you.
Cody pulled up the fucking scroll!
I see ya.
Hi. You got this, come on.
Yeah, you got this, Goody. I'm waiting for the particles.
Actually, the funny thing is, I don't know if I actually, like, completed this, so if I die, I might just- okay.
Hey, there we go. Again.
Fall.
We're trying to find objection, but without the, like, actual, like, sound effect then behind it.
Oh, wait.
And it exists somewhere, I think.
Yeah, probably it exists somewhere. There's a version of it that's just like the sound and not the voice, but I'm looking for like the opposite thing.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear this?
You hear what?
Okay, never mind.
Can
Alright,
you hear
I don't
this?
have.
Huh?
Aw.
Huh?
Aw.
Huh?
Aw.
I used to have something happened. I think it's because my mic broke.
Mhm.
But I had to take
Bro, I'm about to have the word objection ingrained into my fucking brain, I swear to God.
Oh yeah, this one.
Oh, this one's fun. I love this one.
So much fun.
Fuck!
language.
Fuck you.
No! Fuck you!
You. Anyway.
Okay.
Yay!
Yay.
You got it?
Folks. Yeah. Come on, Cody, you've done this
Excellent.
before. You got this, you got this. What was that game you're on about?
Excellent.
The second Ace Attorney, Phoenix Wright.
I think I mainly know about that game because
I can't do this. I've never beaten this level, by the way, so first time today, I guess.
Well. More medals for you.
Also, I mean this level I haven't beat yet.
Oh.
level 7?
It's always this jump. Oh, well.
Oh. Well, there we go. Bruh. And I don't think I ever got this far. I won't lie.
Misery.
But I don't know. Phoenix Wright's like just fucking ridiculous, and I love it.
Oh no, absolutely. It
The
is.
game doesn't take itself seriously at all, and it knows that it's not. It's stupid, and that's what I love about it.
Hmm.
Maybe it's a play on actual lawsuits.
And also,
themselves.
I feel Vale. I feel like
Is,
you'd
yeah.
like Francesca von Karma. She is the daughter of a racist, but I feel like you think she's pretty.
The name sounds familiar.
I'm pretty sure I've mentioned her. Hold on, I'll
Probably.
DM it.
Sounds good.
Actually, no, I'll just send it in the group chat so you both can see it.
Yeah.
Where is
Okay,
it?
I actually don't think I'm gonna be able to make this.
Actually, wait, what am I doing? I'll just send it in the fucking server. Hold on. There you go. Her. She's
Wait.
from Germany.
Okay. Oop. No, I was so close. Are you trying to punch me?
No.
Stop fighting. Fight me instead.
I would if I could, but you're all the way over there.
I would fall as a joke, but I haven't completed this technically, and I don't want to go through this again.
That's fair, that's fair. Okay.
Zuri, okay.
The eepiness
My
is sitting.
tip is don't fully listen to your gut. Jump slightly later than you think you need to.
Oh. I did not jump
Not
at
that
all.
much, though.
No, that was just like no jumping.
Cootie, you backed up!
Cootie.
Shaking my head, Cootie.
SMH.
I am shrimp position right now.
Don't shrimp.
Trying to do
Posture check!
Posture check.
I heard myself through Cutie's mic. I told myself to posture check. Damn, okay.
Like, oh, alright.
I'm powerful.
So powerful. Oh. Okay, yeah, no, I don't think I can do this. Ooh.
You got
Hey,
it.
Strawberry.
Come on, keep going.
Head oak bake.
There you go.
I think you just startled some people awake.
Apologies. I forgot people are asleep at this time.
You know, usually people are asleep.
Imagine sleeping.
Oh, dude, I know, right? I say as I know that it's like 1 a.m. nearly.
Imagine.
Imagine. That I know for Carrie it's even later. Or earlier. Bruh.
Go away, baby! Beavsy? Bevzy? Goy! Who do they think they are?
Not a clue. They're on your team though, Cootie. Orange Ocelots.
Okay, never mind, you're cool.
I see how it is. SMH.
It's only 45, what do you mean? That's the time I normally get up and go to work. Get ready for work.
Yeah, there we go. Well, nope, never mind.
Imagine.
Imagine going to work at like, almost 6 a.m. SMH.
An hour of it's driving.
Imagine having to drive to go to your work.
That sounds targeted.
I don't know what you mean. I think Grace got it though. There we go.
Literally, the only trek I have to make to my workplace is 2 steps forward from my bed.
That's right. You don't have to drive to work anymore, bro.
Bryce doesn't have to leave the house to go to work.
Honestly, the best working conditions.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, the best working conditions would be having it in like a separate room from my house, but I'll take what I can get.
Yeah, one day you have a separate room.
Hopefully.
You're boss of a nerd to pay you more.
I work
So you
from
can do
home
that.
4 out of 5 days. Hey, nice.
My boss asked me if I wanted to work from home. I could take calls from home.
Ooh.
I said, "Sir, my house caught on fire. I can't do that."
I mean, that's very fair. Also, I think I can't do this jump. I'm just gonna wait right here. So hey Rice, Cootie teleported.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I almost just fell off the edge, and I was gonna laugh so hard if that happened.
Oh no.
I would have laughed too.
I
mean,
almost didn't jump.
Oh no, that would not have been good. The first time you actually get through that.
And then I can't even say that I did it.
Oh.
What was that laugh? What was that?
Nothing.
What was it, Rice?
Nothing. Hi Cootie. How are you?
I'm gonna push Rice off.
You wish. Ooh, what's this? Whoa.
You do that?
Whoa.
Oh, this is new.
Fuck. Ah.
Also Cootie,
No.
I don't know where you are.
Oh, I'm still on the purple and blue.
Ah, okay.
I meant pink and blue.
Mm-mm. Oh. I think you have to do kind of like a zigzag pattern.
No, because the thing is there's glass panes all around the middle, so it's really hard to
Oh, I
do
see.
that.
Yeah, I see. I see.
Woo!
Hey, nice.
Rice, we made
Hi.
a guest appearance in Pun's stream.
Oh yeah.
Wait, what?
Puns was streaming, and
Yeah?
yeah. And apparently you can. We were just both standing there because I was waiting for Cootie to finish.
And I have to show off my amazing skills.
You kept falling into the pit of hell, didn't you?
No! Why would you even think that? I am extremely skilled at this game.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Is that right?
It's 100% on God.
On God. Hi, Cootie. E. E.
Oops.
Oh, fuck.
Don't tell me this course has taken 30 minutes.
Okay, then I won't say anything.
This course has taken 30 minutes.
How dare you?
How dare?
How dare you say the thing I told you not to say?
Not even 6 a.m. Why did you at yourself? Cause you are sleep deprived and should be sleeping.
God, that looks so bad. Best time, 21 minutes for 20 medals banked.
To be fair, a lot of that was just kind of waiting around, though. There we go. Nuh-uh, not sleep deprived. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that?
Hmm?
Just talking to Carrie.
Mm.
Alright. I will be right back.
Okay.
There we go. Alright. Chat. I think it is time for me to end because it is... Yep, there we go. Yeah. It has been a bit. So... Time to end. I'm not gonna rate anyone, so just go wherever. Also, it might be best to, you know, go to sleep. It might be best to go to sleep. Yeah, it's almost been 5 hours. I won't, like, cut it out, like, the 5 minutes, but hope you guys have a good rest of your day / night. Be sure to get something to eat, something to drink. And I will see you guys maybe on Sunday. I don't know about Saturday because it's pretty late for me, but we'll see. Alright. And goodbye. Yeah. Also, hello VOD watchers. I hope you're doing well, and I hope that you guys have a good rest of your day / night as well.